and welcome to my living room yet again after a long period with me going. I don't want to do that. I can actually feel it in my chest. We are finally back again, which means welcome to LAWhammer.
Yay!
I am.
How do you play?
I don't know. We're going to just have to figure it out. So, you may note we are missing one player. That's because, sadly, Gerhardt cannot be with us today. But that's a good thing, because we get to do an adventure that I've... It's a good thing. We get to do a nice little side adventure which pretty much leads directly on from our last one. And if you've checked the name of the episode, Blood and the Hammer, you might kind of guess why. I'm looking forward to this one quite a lot. As was said over in Discord by those of you who are watching live, this is going to be a Magnus the Pious episode. We're back in the past again. Even though the nice little thumbnail card says Empire and Ruins, because it kind of is about Empire and Ruins, this is more of a Tales from the Past. So, I don't think we have any major things to pick up this week. Inside the Rookery is currently on hiatus at the moment because we're having our nice little break between seasons. We just finished season 9. We were over at the Chimera Festival, finishing that off. And we got a masterclass, I suppose, popping up next week, but there'll be news about that next week, not this week. We've got nothing that we really need to say for XP because we don't have any XP to worry about. All we have is what characters are they playing? Well, you're going to find out.
Oh, so we'll get XP for the last session next session.
Yeah, totally. You can't have XP without Ed here.
Okay.
So you get your XP for that next time. It is a side stream, though. And our funny little tales always have a funny little extra, don't they?
Twist.
Yeah.
Aaron, I've been really nice to you this week. Please remember that.
Is that because you didn't see Aaron at all this week?
I kept my hateful comments to myself.
So yes, it is a side stream this week, meaning that we are going to have a nice wee little aside bonus. Because we often don't do XP bonus for our Tales of, because they're not directly tied to your characters per se. But you can still get yourself a nice little meta bonus regardless. And the meta bonus that's going to be on offer this week is effectively free luck points. Luck points can be used whenever you wish, including on top of fortune point use. Okay, so you might fail with a fortune and you get to keep it and use it on ones that can be used not just by yourself, but to anyone you choose to give it to on a really dire roll, which of course they have to accept. You can't force it on them. Like, for example, yeah, I've critted, re-roll that bastard. I mean, funny. But no. Consent is important. I'm sure you've heard that before, Dad.
I can have a bit of a laugh and a joke, but Jesus Christ.
The fun we have. So, that being the case, they are all going to be on offer as a nice wee prize. But what do we get them for? We get them for the following. 1. You ready? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're all ready. Yeah, you all poised.
Right,
okay, we're all good to go.
Don't ask
if you find out, and without giving a spoiler, the core point of the mission, if you actually succeed, you will all just get one, and even though he's not here, so will Ed. So if you succeed, you get it. There's a second potential for every character that survives. And I'm doing this in quotation marks. Okay, the reason I'm doing this in quotation marks is because there are different methods of survival. And I mean survive intact in your current state.
So no, I've become a demon lord, so I survived.
No, that does not count as surviving. That counts as not surviving. I am a demon lord yet. No. You also get one. And finally, Ed, for Gerhardt, will get one if you all don't.
Ooh.
Which would be fun.
All don't survive in our current state.
So
I think
all
that
of us
gives-
have to fail for him to get it.
All of you have to no longer be in your current state. Yeah, totally.
Oh, interesting.
I'm being quite careful how I phrase
I can
that.
see how that
So
would
in the
work.
last 5 minutes, I'll just lop off an arm off everybody. And then depending on how sore that looked, may do it for myself.
So I think that's everything sorted. Are we all good?
Yes.
Yeah. Should we just get into some Hammer and Blood? Yeah. Episode 64.1, I think.
Yes.
Holy moly, 64.1. We're flying through them as we dive into another episode of Empire in Ruins involving Hammer, Blood, and possibly much worse. The palace was quiet. In his chamber, Emperor Karl Franz thrummed his fingers, thrum, 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 upon the arm of his chair. He had banished everyone. His hammer, the Warhammer, Galmaraz, had been shattered. Shattered. The impossibility of it had near broken the man. He was already in a poor state of mind, given everything that had recently occurred. But now he was almost paralyzed. Paralyzed with fear, doubt, uncertainty. His faith itself wasn't shattered like the hammer, but most certainly was cracking. His streets, not just in Altdorf, but in cities across the Empire, as the word was beginning to spread like a plague, were up in arms. Oh, Ulricans loved this. After all, many of them had long claimed that Sigmar was never a god. That his hammer was just nothing special. If anything, the rune blade of Middenheim, peak leveler. Far more impressive runic artifact. And perhaps not entirely coincidentally, was the very weapon that shattered the hammer. A heavy sigh slips from his chest. As, not for the first time, a gentle rapping comes at his door. They tried to enter many times, but this time, having ignored the last 6, he decided to accede. After all, it was business to run in court. But what did it all mean anymore? What did it matter? Come, he says, almost wearily. Franz, says the Grey Wizard, who pushes his way in. His brother, his older brother. I gave you the knock. I'm glad you answered. It was the knock. The knock saying, "It's me, you should let me in." And indeed he did. The very knock that he once, as in Karl Franz once, had to use to go in and see his brother when he was the heir. Roles have, of course, been reversed. You're going to have to come out eventually, Karl Franz. You can't stay in here. I understand, he says. I understand. I have somebody here to talk to you. We've been trying to figure out what happened, right? He maybe has an answer. An answer? Karl Franz straightens up. An answer? Looks down at his side, where Gori Drengas, his rune fang, sits. Beast Slayer. Looks over at his brother. Well, if there's an answer, send, who is it? Lord Magister Ulrich of the Light Order. He says, who? Lord Magister Ulrich. He says, he used to advise me when I was, well, some time ago. Send him in. And a man dressed in long grey robes, his hair thinning and pushed back, his eyes white with blindness and heavy cataracts, comes in. A large book sitting at his hip, and many a mystical symbol around his body, hanging. As he bows deeply. I don't want to waste time, says Karl Franz, the Emperor. My brother tells me you have something that could be useful. He sits up. Yes, my lord, he says. I won't waste my time. I have carried a story long within me, he says, that I have waited to tell. This is no laughing matter. Oh, it is. For you bear the legacy of Magnus the Pious, he says, where I bear the legacy of my blood, which has brought me to your court this day. I heard word, he says, of what had happened, and I have also heard word of why. Karl Franz leans forward and says, who is this, Emmanuel Fern? He says, he doesn't even give me my correct title. I'll be honest. He says, he's not the man he used to be. He has been abroad. His college doesn't recognize him anymore. So he's not strictly a Lord Magister. I mean, he's on the books. Well, what do you have to say? Well, my lord, it started almost 200 years ago. And 200 years ago, Magnus the Pious was sitting in the Magnus chamber, his fingers thrumming on his throne. Panic cut through him. He takes in a shaky breath and lets out another one. Takes in another and lets it out. When there comes a knock, knock, knocking on his chamber door. Yes! Better be you, Volans. Better be you, Volans. The door opens. It's Volans. He's a witch. He is a witch. White hair. A man who is difficult to precisely put onto an age. Magnus is quite young. Young, strong. Eye patch. Bald except for a top knot that falls down at the back. Dressed in the Ostlander style. In thanks for what Ostland had sacrificed in the Great War. Almost half of Ostland had fallen. And he swore he would forever hold that in his heart as his responsibility. As he looks up and says, we're fucked, Volans. Calm down, he says, calm down. So we got the wrong hammer. He says, nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. He says, shut the fucking door. Oh, and he closes the door behind him. Look, there were over 200 hammers. How could we be certain which one was real? The Empire was broken. And we were presented with so many of them. No one can know, says Magnus. No one can know. But if we don't have the real one, where's the real one? Volans shrugs. I don't know. What do we have? He says, this, and he points at it. This struck down. This struck down the enemy. What is it? If not the hammer? Well, I told you it was probably a mistake to try and read all the runes. He says, I know, I just have to know. And it's quite clear. The runes of binding on them are not. They're just not, my Emperor. I'm not coming out, says Magnus. I'm just not. That's it. I rule from here now. Volan says, oh, really? He says, I just can't carry on. Not like this. This is false. A farce. Everything we built is built on a lie. A lie is just the truth of tomorrow, says Volans. That is all it is.
For human speak there.
Within a generation, it will be forgotten. And that's all we need to do. What are you suggesting then? I suggest we find out what this hammer is, just in case it's not good. He says, what do you mean, just in case it's not good? He says, I like to make sure things are very carefully understood. It's why we investigate all the artifacts that are supposedly pure. And he looks over to the Warhammer, which has been cast into the corner and has made a large dent in the floor where he threw it. As he goes, what even is it? He says, that thing struck down a Chaos Lord. It must be the hammer. It's not. Let's be blunt, it's not. It actually has a maker's mark on it. And it's just not. Well, what's the maker's mark? I don't know, I'm not a dwarf. He says, well, we can't tell the dwarves, because then they'll know. He says, well, you know that Peter has a dwarf that he gets on a lot with. They drink a lot. And he goes, oh, you mean, good idea. Let's get Peter in this. Peter can sort it. He says, look, he built your colleges. He can sort this. Peter didn't build the colleges. I built the colleges. You didn't build the colleges. Teclis built the colleges. Teclis didn't build the colleges. Peter told him to do it. So, Peter built the colleges, he replies. Summon Peter. Oh, they can't hear you. Well, go summon Peter. You do it, Volans. Shit. He puts his head down. God's damn. Which is how Peter, of House Laszlo, and Ostlander, and good friend of Magnus the Pious, a man who has, of late, been known for getting shit done. The ambassador who went all the way over to Ulthuan, almost died, pretty bad in the Seas of Chaos, with an impending war against chaos coming, arrived in Ulthuan, and as still a teenager, convinced the Elven Phoenix King to provide support to the Empire. It was a decision that Magnus, just a couple of years older than him, had made on his behalf. All because of one thing that he had been told. And this was the core entirety of their plan, to show you just how much it was run by the seat of their pants. I've never met an elf, but I'm told they're really emotional, okay, and you did not get over that breakup well. So you're really emotional, you'll be better than anyone else, and actually I trust you, and I don't trust any of these idiots at all. And Peter, as a kid, found himself on the other side of the world, talking to ancient elves, with the passion and certainty of what only teenage youth can provide. He was certain he could do it. And when he got turned down the first time, he cried for about 8 hours before eventually he was convinced by an elf servant to try it again. Because the Phoenix King was known for his mercurial moods. Like the ocean itself, it would rise and fall. And this time it might work. And he found, in truth, the Phoenix King a completely different man. The first time he had been nothing but almost acerbic acid. But this time he was cool, he was calm, and he listened. The speeches that Peter had prepared fell apart. And he basically almost blobbed in front of the Phoenix King. We just need help, please. And that worked. The tears, they were genuine. The court was moved. And he scored 3 lore masters, who he went back with, 2 of whom were almost the equivalent of elven children themselves, but one of which definitely wasn't. An old, hoary lore master. Dude.
There's one way to get over a breakup.
But that was a whole war ago. And since then, you have been fixing shit. Now you're in your mid-20s. Well,
positively ancient.
Yeah, you are. And it's extraordinary to think that you are more experienced than most in the Empire at politics and getting shit done. It's not a great surprise that Peter Laszlo is summoned to the Magnus chamber when Magnus is yet again freaking out. You have freaked out with him many times. You tend to be the voice of reason. He makes a very good case for reason when he's public, but behind the scenes, crippled. Because so much responsibility sits upon him. Peter finds Magnus in this state. No. As the door opened, Peter Laszlo! Here comes a call. Peter, come in, we need you. Shut the door, Volans. Peter, we need you. We need you. Hi, Peter. We need you. Pete, we need you. You need a drink. You're not going to like this. I didn't like it when I heard it. You need a drink. Trust me. He says, pour him a drink, Volans. And Volans says, here's your drink. He says, pour him a bigger one. Right.
Take a drink.
Go on.
Right. So,
It's poison.
he says, there's no easy way to put this. Volans, tell him. And he turns away. And Volans sits down opposite you, his white hair hanging, and says, Peter, the Emperor has a problem. Magnus, just tell him. And he looks over in the corner where Galmaraz sits upended on itself, a large chunk out the floor. It's not Galmaraz. It says Galmaraz on it. This is not Galmaraz. Tell him how we know, says Magnus. Calm down. We've had it not so much authenticated. There's no strict way to do that without letting anyone know what we're doing. But we have had it as authenticated as we can. And it appears to have runes of Zufbar on it. Galmaraz doesn't come from Zufbar. I mean, we know a lot of where it comes from, but it doesn't come from Zufbar. It doesn't come from Zufbar, says Magnus. I've been looking at books that they brought to me privately, so there's a pile of books over in the far corner. I've been reading them. No, the hammer of the old High King, he was never the High King of Zufbar, nor was its maker. There's several different potential makers laid in, ranging from their ancestor gods right down. None of them come from Zufbar, which means this thing over here was probably made by a dwarf in Zufbar. And you know what he said? He said, my expert says there's an Imperial cross on it. That's post-Sigmar. There's an Imperial cross on the fucking hammer, and I didn't even think about this. I saw the hammer, I was like, yes, there is. Maybe that came first, and he took it from that. But the Imperial cross has got very distinct histories. It's right back to the 1st century. But the 1st century, after he had received the hammer. Yes, says Volans. So what we have probably isn't the hammer, which means one of the other ones that we were shown might be. But everyone thinks it's this one, so that's good. That's good. Unless it's not good. Exactly. What if it's not good, says Magnus. What if we've got a cursed hammer, and I'm wandering around with a cursed hammer, and one day it will just curse everyone or something? Our Emperor is a little bit imbalanced by this news. He says, you know the ambassador from Barak Var really well, don't you?
I do.
I mean, do you think if you swore him to secrecy, he could take a look at the runes and see if he agrees with what we've been told? I don't know him very well, but I know when you and your ghosts have been going off things, he's come along quite a lot, and you've got on with him quite well. Is that right? Magnus says, they were drinking all the time. I summoned him. He was drinking with that damn dwarf. He said, Magnus, please. He says, I'm sorry. I'm never coming out.
I'm confident he could be persuaded.
Get him, says Magnus. Excuse me, we're going to have a dwarf here. Oh, how's my beard? It's short and it's clipped. I've been in here for almost 2 days. He says, I'm going to go shave. He says, give me some shaving things. He says, he won't care.
I do have a beard comb if you like one.
Could you, Peter? Could you, Peter? Quick.
Thank you, PLMS.
Thank you.
Marvelous.
And there arrives a dwarf. A dwarf in his middle years. His long greying beard, which goes down almost to the floor. He's not quite on long beard status, but he close, is greying down its length. And he bears all manner of golden tokens for both his great successes at war. He was in the Great War against Chaos itself, but also as a noble and clan chief from Barak Var. He also has an enormous helm with great wings that make him taller than most, sitting to either side of his head, which he prefers to wear rather than not. Of course, reality often gets in the way of that. He's not stubborn. And he also recognizes that formality means that sometimes one removes one's helmet. But he had already noted, and asked Peter several times too, do you have to take your hats off in the presence of the Emperor? And the answer is, all subjects of the Empire have to. Which he happily, over a large stein, said, not me. And indeed, in comes the great dwarf himself. And he is stocky. Coming up to about there on you. Oh, sorry, helmet. Coming up to about there on you. As he crumps in, as Magnus now sits with his back straight in his chair. Wouldn't be correct to call it a throne, although it is more ornate than the rest in the Magnus chamber and the long table that's here. And nods over you. Please, come in.
Emperor?
He says, come in. He says, we have a question for you. Close the door, please, Volans. And Volans says, yes. Closes the door. Peter, in fact, has a question for you. Galmaraz has been moved. It is no longer cast aside in the corner. It's now sitting on the table. Galmaraz.
Nothing to drink.
Galmaraz. You can't help but be a little bit starry-eyed at this. Galmaraz, once the weapon of the High King of all dwarves. Supposedly, according to the stories that you had heard, made by the ancestor gods themselves. So this is a big day. You don't often get to be directly in the presence of something so spectacular. The Runefangs themselves are spectacular, but purely because Alaric the Mad was a genius. Now 2,000 years gone. But this, you can hardly... Oh, you'd love to wield that one. As Magnus says, provide him with some libation. He says, Volans. Volans doesn't roll his eyes, but does indeed pull out a stein.
Is Bugman's a thing currently?
Yeah.
Sure. No?
It's not.
Well,
there is no Bugman 6X available for you today.
Go Gugnar's best.
Gugnar's best he also does not have. But he does have a good frothy dwarven ale, which he pushes over towards you. And Magnus says... Peter has a question for you.
Out with it.
Have I already got him to swear to secrecy? Has that been
No.
handled? No. Well, before we get into that, old friend, I need you to swear that you will keep what the conversation we're about to have absolutely private.
Is this another mission?
Potentially.
Magnus says probably.
Yeah. It's of vital importance to the Empire.
Out with it. My clan, out with it.
I need the oath, says Magnus. Please swear by your ancestors that you will not share.
I swear by my clan, by my ancestors.
Good.
Nothing will pass my lips.
Magnus. So
Magnus, let's out of breath.
the hammer may not be the...
What?
Magnus nods. Volans, can you point out the runes in question? Because
He will begin to move towards it.
up from his
He
chair.
wouldn't know the runes. He's not a runesmith.
No, he's not, but he can read Kala's.
Yeah.
As you make your way over it, and Volans says, in particular, and beside some knotwork, he says, here. He says, can you read those runes? Now, you don't have, obviously, your own natural tongue as a skill because you're a 1, but you can still roll it. It's a 96% chance. Away you go.
Yes, success.
Success. Sweet. Number. It's important.
1.
One success.
Any extras.
Okay, so I'll be 2 points of information then. Point of information number 1. Okay, the runes there are make for a clear.
What is Lord Dwarves?
Lord Dwarfs.
So be
Yeah.
+3.
Oh, brilliant. I'll give you a bit more then. Lord Dwarfs, in fact. Perfect. Okay, as you read it down, and yes, there is inscribed at the back of it, your large fingers as you look, clear maker's marks from Zufbar. But they're not from Zufbar. What they are is a clan from Zufbar. More interestingly is the name of the supposed creator. But some of the runes are broken. So you're not quite convinced what the name is. It's Volf something. Volfra, Volfram, Volfrom, something similar. Volfan, Volfon.
And this place, Zufram.
Zufbar. Now, Zufbar, you know. Zufbar is the great port city down in the south of the old world. South of Telia, down on the edge of the Border Princes. And it's where the great Dwarven fleets hold anchor.
So it theoretically, the original Galmaraz could have been built there. It would have been like the same time frame. Like it wouldn't have been that Zufbar.
Didn't exist
If it
yet.
was made by the ancestor gods, I'll let you have it. It predates the creation of Zufbar. So, yeah, this is possibly not. I mean, it's possibly not.
And he would believe that it was. That's the tales.
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
clans
quite.
is
So
that.
it doesn't mean that it's not a great runic weapon.
Yeah.
But it means that it's unlikely to be, even though when you look at the side, Galmaraz.
Where was his axe made?
Oh, man. So thanks for the comment. Every time I said Zufbar, I meant to say Barak Var. So anyone watching, just presume I said Barak Var all the way along. So I'm just calling out Sayes00. I've almost certainly said your name wrong. You're spot on. You're going to love it. Blame COVID and brain fog because holy craps, I was down and out in ill.
Fuck, I have no idea what's going on now.
Yeah, but ruined. Thanks very much for that.
Completely lost.
Super handy on the comment. Man. There we go. Barak Var. Zufbar's up by Blackwater. What am I talking about?
Because I'm assuming
Connected by water, though.
I'm assuming
close.
Bowley has a clan axe that's
old. It's his own
Would it be Cadrin?
yeah, it's from Carrick Cadrin.
Yeah.
And it's been in his family for over 1,000 years.
Right, okay. Just to see if there'd be a comparison, but no.
Yeah.
This is newer. This is not.
Magnus just crumples.
And two is, does he feel like he's never held Galmaraz?
No.
But he's held or maybe had experience of like being around the king and the powerful rune weapons?
I mean, it's definitely a powerful weapon.
Yeah, okay, so there is like a sense of...
in that it's covered in runes,
Yeah.
But he's got no real sense of one over another.
Yeah, Peter,
He's no runesmith.
The runes are damaged. The maker... What was it again? Wolf
something.
Wolf... No? Would he know about the Imperial Cross?
I know.
No,
He would put that together.
But it is Dwarven, at least.
You reckon so?
Yeah.
And old, given that it's begun to wear away at the edges. So probably ancient, possibly.
But not thousands of years.
But possibly thousands of years old. But unlikely to have been forged by ancestor gods that predate Zufbar.
Mm-hmm.
Barak Var.
Barak Var! Barak Var!
Baracool. It's old. But it's not Galmaraz old. It's not forged by the ancestor gods.
Right.
What happened? Has it always been this? Have we been lied to? Have you lost the original?
The Emperor turns around and looks at you. He says, I was given, over the course of my first march, over 200 hammers, all of which, according to the family lines that presented to me, were claimed to be the Hammer of Sigmar. The Empire fractured. After the time of the Emperors, it just broke. During the Dark Ages, I suppose... This is the hammer that was given to us by the cult of Sigmar from Aldor. They were convinced that this was the Hammer of Sigmar. Convinced.
Do we still have the others?
Some of them. He says, that's not going to be your problem. Because as far as we're concerned, this is the Hammer of Sigmar.
Gotcha.
This is what the people believe is the Hammer of Sigmar.
So we just need to make sure that it's not something we wouldn't want it to be.
You couldn't by any chance assemble a small crew, he says.
It is what I do best.
Thank the gods you exist, Peter. Without you, Peter, I'm not sure we'd even have an empire.
No, you flatter me.
He says, no, I don't. You should be emperor, not me. He says, yeah, you should be emperor.
The seat looks a little uncomfortable.
It really is. He says, and I propped cushions into the bloody thing. Bollins, he says, do you really think there's any danger with this thing? Can I use it? He says, you've used it for years. Be sensible, Magnus. But who knows what its provenance is? We have a link down to Barak Var. Barak Var! Barak Var. See, Bollins knows his stuff. All it would take, dwarves have very good records, is a single visit, a dwarf noble, appropriate compensation. Says, it should be easy. Easy, he says. Where did it come from that the cult of Sigmar was sadness? God.
I mean, perhaps it's as simple as they read the name Galmaraz and were taken in by that.
It does say Galmaraz. It does. You see it quite clearly there. Galmaraz. Skull splitter. Sitting right on it.
Perhaps it's a copy. You know, like artists would make a forgery.
It's not a simple copy. It says this weapon has power.
It's powerful.
And it doesn't seem right that dwarfs would be looking to make copies. Bollins then says, there's one other matter. He says, if you don't mind, could you pick the weapon up? And it's half as tiny in your huge hands. Huh. And Bollins nods.
Doesn't. This was forged for
Humans.
hungry hands.
As he says, that was my concern. That's the proof I needed, says Volans. I mean, other marks might have been somehow pushed into it by those who seek to deceive us. And we know there are many of those who would seek to deceive us. But that's convinced me.
He'll hold his axe. And it'll be like...
It'll be like me trying to hold that.
Yeah.
His hands wrap right round it with big, thick fingers, each of which are about so thick, wrap right round it. As Bollins nods, that is exactly what I was concluding. The hammer of Sigma is certainly false. So what do we have? Peter, can you find out? Fast as you bloody can.
Yes, sir.
Fast as you can. There's only one way to get down to Zuffbar as fast as you can. There's only one way to get down to Barak Var
Is it
as fast as you can.
Zuffbar?
It isn't.
Damn.
In the YouTube version, can we just edit in someone saying
Barak Var!
every time?
In a really obviously wrong
Yeah.
accent.
Barak Var!
A lady's voice.
Yeah, quite.
Doing that.
Apparently it's happening. Barak Var. I was ill. I still kinda am recovering. Just live with it. As later on that very afternoon, Peter, along with his good dwarf buddy, Bully, arrives at the docks of Null. The great hubbub of business of the center of empire can be found here. This is the Imperial City. The great griffins that have been carved out to mark the new emperor so that anyone who arrives sees the great griffins of Magnus are already looking a bit grubby. And at the far end of the dock, separated from all the rest by not just distance, but also a large rocky outcrop, because the elves absolutely refused to use the same docks as everybody else, is the Eagle ship of your good friend. And likely the fastest way that anyone is going to get all the way down to Barak Var. Peter Laszlo is one of the few humans who can get past the guard on the outside. Silent. High golden helms and dark eyes looking down at him. Long halberds that flick with an almost invisible flame along their edge. The skirts at the bottom all marked and stitched with fine threads of, to be hair. He used apparently elven hair in the stitching for this. Mixed with, from what you were told, and you still think it might be bullshit, but what you were told was the down of phoenixes. Flames along its entire length. In the harsh sunlight, you can barely see the flickering flames on their halberds. As one looks down and says, in Eltharine, a skill that you do have.
I do.
So give us a roll.
I mean... was I chill? I feel pretty chill.
You're as chill as you can get. Yeah, you've been here many times.
Well,
Yeah.
in that case, that's a pass. And if the characters used to believe, that's 3 successes.
Sweet. Okay, so it is to be believed. That's what card sheets are for.
Fucking shade pass there.
What I mean by that is I'm assuming that the number after it is
the
the maximum.
slash is the maximum success. Then if you have a plus after that, you add that onto the
I
successful
don't,
roll.
but-
You don't. So there you go. It says, her pet has arrived. On the other side, there is a low word, and you know that word means deep humor. You also know that their lips did not move. And you don't know how you heard them. They both push themselves aside.
Now for this hand up to their bottoms.
And at this point, you are already aware that he's coming. Ah, Peter! You have never seen someone give such an open display of emotion in the courts of Ulthuan. Genuine, real, gut-wrenching emotion. On that day, you thought that he was one of the better examples of humanity you had ever seen, and you had seen many. Now, the word slave is not accurate, because most of the humans in the city were there because they were allowed to be, and they wished to be. But if you were looking for a direct translation for the word that they used, the closest in Reichspiel would be slave. In many respects, it meant nothing more than the visiting human workers. Many of them were pleasure workers. Many of them were simply attendant workers. And they were almost all in love with what they were doing. Caught up in the almost extraordinary life that they could have in the capital of the Azure, the chosen of Azure, the inheritors of the entire world, the rulers of the world, where the Phoenix King himself, the representative of the gods, ruled. Your father.
Quite right.
And when Peter arrived, I mean, think of it as the most adorable cat you've ever seen. Cute little kitten who arrives up and then in front of all of the humans goes, meow. And everyone goes, oh! That was Peter.
Wow.
That was Peter.
Look at him standing on his two legs.
With his big
It
eyes.
thinks it's people.
He's got big feels.
You missed his first attendance at court. You only saw his second one. And you had never been more intrigued. But there was things to do. Yes, you helped escort them back in your own ship. But you came all the way back because there was a war to fight at home. But when that war was over, you came back again. And you've been, the best translation for the Eltharine word would be playing. You've been playing with his ghosts for the last 3 or 4 years, and it has been extraordinary because of the speed at which they move. They don't make decisions that last. They often last not more than an afternoon, maybe a day, maybe 2. They just flit about, changing their mind. And it's as changeable as your moods, and you have loved it. Your father said you would. You didn't believe him. But you have. And it has been intoxicating. And he's coming back again. She stands at the edge of her ship. A great eagle ship, the white resined wood of it, gleaming pristine and perfect. No barnacle upon this bow, or indeed any of the hull. The resin that was used to harden the original wood is resistant. And the wood itself, according to the princess, still lives. A long single hull, and another part juts down and is raised currently up. The secondary hull that sits at the side, and at the back, I'm just going to state it for what it is. Her palace. Her palace sits at the back of her ship.
Actually,
Tall
where else would you put your
towers,
palace?
quite, sitting at the back, bristling with weaponry. You remember when you first saw them? You were in your battered ship that was limping its way towards Lothern. You had seen their riders flying through the sky, spotting you, and the ships that came out. Indeed, one of them was an eagle ship like this. And they had, on their hulls high, glided across the water at a speed that was terrifying. To begin, they were just silver flickers in the horizon, and then they just zipped across it and it arced in different directions, like silverfish. And one of them, with a long palace, stayed at a distance. It's that same ship you saw that first day, that same ship that took you all the way back from Ulthuan, and that same ship that's been in Nuln for the last 6 years. I mean, she goes a lot. And when I say a lot, she drifts downriver, she goes elsewhere, she comes back again, and you're never certain whether she'll actually be here, but today she is. And she stands tall, a full foot or more taller than you, standing high down across the gangplank that has been lowered for you, above where you are. And of course, Foley.
They've never met before.
You are quite aware of her, and you've not only met, you have worked with her a few times in the past.
We've toasted together.
She is, in your terms, a deeply emotional example of elfdom.
Welcome. Have you come to save me from this eternal boredom?
Of course, my dear princess. Permission to come aboard?
Yes, of course.
Off to the side, one of the actual Phoenix Guard who have come to protect you, the blood of the Phoenix, makes a quick hand gesture which says, "Please don't. Please don't, princess." And then does it again on the other side. Another one makes the smallest twitch of the face that you know registers as abject deep humor.
She will, look at the guy who said, "Please don't." Like, why are you going to entertain me instead? I thought not.
Over on the other side, deep twitch of humor as he just looks forward.
What are we waiting for?
It appears
stomping our way
the
up
dwarf has not even been recognised. Peter is, after all, the representative of his ghosts. From above, coming down on a rope, is the captain of the vessel, who glides over and says to you in Eltharine, "Your Royal Highness, I am so gratified that you have brought another one of these creatures aboard our vessel. We will be cleaning it for the next week." Says, "Your proclivities are royal." And looks round and says in Reichspiel, "Welcome."
Can I attempt
And then,
language Elfering?
yep, sure.
No. No.
Touch too complex.
No idea.
He must be so pleased you're here.
Yeah, he seems delighted.
Konnichiwa.
Well, if you're here, I assume that we are going somewhere?
Well, yes, we're on a top secret mission. Fate of the Empire at stake. All of that.
Keep my crew busy.
As the captain up above looks down and gives a quick flick and a quick call over, and you can see he's giving orders. You know the orders. Get everything prepared. But every single one of those orders is added with, "Because Her Royal Highness wishes it. Because Her Royal Highness wishes it. Because Her Royal Highness wishes it. Prepare this because Her Royal Highness wishes it." Each and every single time added with a deep level of "against my wishes," without actually saying it ever. As he sits there with a fixed smile on his face.
I'd kind of forgotten how Pazak elves could be.
Welcome. You're welcome.
Totally. While walking, he's on the ship, right?
Yeah.
He's been scuffing his feet, like hitting his accoutrement off
yeah, he needs to
things.
get so
Spitting on the floor? Yeah.
No, he's not that overt, but he's
Yet.
just been like, just
"When are we leaving, Your Royal Highness?"
cowboys
Says
built this.
in Reichspiel, so that Peter can understand.
Even my name sounded like an insult.
It is.
It's so short and stupid.
Well, where are we going?
You haven't approached them yet. You're just making sure that she was in dock and you could get her. You're going to grab everyone, then pull
So the
out.
plan would be to leave tonight? Or
Yeah, that would be the aim.
Yeah, late tonight, if possible. I have a few more people to pick up.
We're not leaving now.
I mean, you could come with us as we go to pick up the others, I suppose.
You have to go into the city.
On land?
I mean, the stink from here is bad enough.
I'm sorry, what was I thinking?
I need to go rest. I can't imagine you would do this to me.
I'm sorry,
It's
this
like
must be
another anime wife.
Yeah. Only wash there.
More likable.
Harsh.
less emotional.
Sorry, Lindsay, you're not in the room yet. Keep it quiet.
So, having secured passage, where's he going to go next? Who's he going to see? You have a couple of people in mind. First off, there are others that you would have liked, but they're not in town. They're doing other things. The first one that's in mind is, someone who's not going to care. That's the big one. Someone who doesn't care about imperial politics. Most of your agents are human. And you don't want to have a human on this job because it's going to be pretty clear what you're doing, which is finding the provenance of the Hammer of Sigmar. And if the provenance isn't, it's the Hammer of Sigmar, hopefully modified for human hands, hopefully remodeled at some point, possibly by Zufbar. His mind has already been ticking and maybe have been taken down there by priests at some point. Yeah. It's possible the priests of Sigmar have got a story that claim this, but they're not going to ask them directly because they might put two and two together and say it's not actually the Hammer. Barak Var. Yeah, quite. Barak Var, not Zufbar. Holy crap! Mark that in the time log. Barak Var. It could have been repurposed, and it would make sense that it would be repurposed for human hands. I bet you'd have thought maybe around about the time of Sigmar. So maybe there was even a trip marked in Zufbar's histories. It's what he's hoping for. Barak Var's histories. Yeah, Barak Var, that place is like Zufbar, but nothing like it at all, even though it's downriver from it.
I've got a friend in Zufbar who might know a little bit about this.
Just accept, I'm still not 100% yet. There's all manner of potential stories running in his head, but all of them mean that he can't, for example, approach any of his Sigmarite friends. He's got a great Ulrican who would love this too much.
Too much, exactly.
Way too much. Indeed, he's got all manner of agents, all of whom would be all over this like a rash and possibly in bad ways. Yeah. It's got to be kept quiet.
Can't be human.
So back to the palace he goes to meet the one person who literally wouldn't give a fuck at all. Magic items and big mighty hammers, that's other people's business, not hers, even though she carries a bow that might be older than the Empire. But that, apparently, doesn't count. You've never really quite understood why that's the case, but apparently that doesn't count. And that's what brings you to the doorway of Thorncobble. You hope she's in, because if not, you're going to be traipsing around the palace, looking for almost certainly the most self-important halfling you've met in your life. And you met a fair number.
And that's saying something.
Yeah. She's not in her chambers. She's not in the kitchens. You eventually find her at the far end of the currently being reconstructed throne room. She is observing their reconstruction of the throne. New golden griffins are currently being commissioned, and she's watching on, finding it all frightfully pointless. Because it's a whole lot of unnecessary, over-the-top, really quite gaudy work. But, importantly, all done by halflings. The Gaffers Guild, the local Gaffers Guild, which she has been speaking to directly. She got them in. The Gaffers Guild, who have cornered the market in Nuln of ogre labour. And many of these statues are big, difficult to move. Many of them are gilded or have large gold pieces. And again, ogres, super good at moving really heavy metals. Indeed, there are 3 ogres in the room at the moment, one of which is tucking into a cow. It hasn't been cooked. It's just been laid out in a great metal dish, and he's just eating at its leg as the other 2 ogres are watching on, as the 3 gaffers are pointing at the various bits and pieces of the job, as the seneschal say, no, I don't think it needs to be quite that large. Oh, it needs to be much bigger, says one. Oh, I'd make it at least 3 times that size, he says. Don't you worry, my big lads over there. Big lads! He calls, and one of them says, no! He says, you can get it at least 3 times the size. He goes, oh! He says, oh! It rumbles across the room as the noise of his bellies shake. And she's sitting off at the edge, watching, and effectively overseeing it all. It's better than sometimes you've seen her, when she's getting involved on the wrong side, i.e. telling them what to do. They don't like being told what to do. There she is.
They're gaffers.
Quite. All 3 foot of her and a great mop of orange hair.
Wow.
She never goes anywhere without her bow.
You're going to
Anyway.
say without her hair.
No, her bow. Her bow.
Well, Peter will sketch a very elaborate bow, as is her due. Milady Thorncobble.
You'll be after something then. You've got
Yes.
that look about you.
Another frightfully important top secret mission. Fate of the Empire, all that.
It's got to be more interesting.
You know that he generally only comes to you if it involves one of the following things. Killing folk of the Empire, because his men won't do that.
I would ever do a thing like that.
And that's often it. Sometimes, though, when he's looking for stories of the Great War, you're called in because you have all of the stories of the Great War. Somehow you came out the other side untouched. Most of the people who went to that war never came back. And not simply because they died, but because they were changed. Humans change.
Although you're given to understand you want me to set aside all of this in favour of a little hunting mission?
Yes, although we're probably hunting information more than... But very important and exciting information.
I suppose. I suppose I could come along. You make it worth my while.
Oh, of course. Never dream of wasting your time, milady.
I don't understand all this. Shiny.
And one of the gaffers' ears twitches at that, and he goes, well, it's very important, he says, that we make grand designs for these humans, he says, because they need them grand. Don't you be trying to convince them to make them small now, Mistress Thorncobble. He says, they're not like us at all, they like them big and tall, that's why we need our big lads. Big lads, says one of them.
I know they like them big. It doesn't make them any more effective, though, does it?
No, don't you be listening now, Mr. Seneschal. He says, now you be listening to me, Mr. Seneschal, as the Seneschal gets spoken at for some time about how important it is that the griffins be bigger, much bigger, and more expensive.
What do dwarves think of halfling handiwork?
It's definitely unique.
Better or worse than Ungi?
That's definitely the case. Plus it's fair to say the gaffers also hire a lot of humans. They are the constructors in many respects. Having secured the easy one.
I take offence at that.
It then came to points of the harder one. She never says no. She likes to be liked. She likes to be useful. But she doesn't have much to do. She gets bored quite easily. But the next one is difficult, but potentially useful because of, bluntly, lore, history, knowledge, understanding, depth of awareness, and access to information you simply will never know because you choose not to. Because to know many of those things is to be corrupted, potentially. Ignorance is a virtue in so many ways. And he knows this firsthand because he has had his ignorance broken. Because he went to the Great War against Chaos. He saw, and he wishes he could forget. And he knows that this was only one part of a far worse and greater whole. The brass hole is marked with a single golden hoop on the outside and is one of the lowest bottle houses in Null.
Long-standing one, though.
How its fortunes shall change.
And then fall again. You know it is the brass hole. You visited more than once yourself. The golden hoop, as many a noble would prefer to call it, because they like to put on airs and graces. But you know that this is where you are going to find the person who might provide you with access to knowledge that you rather didn't need to have access to. You sent the halfling down to the docks. Never wise to take a halfling to a bottle house.
You can never get out again.
Yeah, or worse, she'll just complain all the way through it. Why am I here? What's going on? They're doing it wrong.
Let me get in there. I'll show you how we do it properly.
Exactly.
Put your back into it.
A knock, a knock, a knock on the door. Not the main entrance, the side one. You're known here. Hello, Peter. Comes the call from the other side. You have for business or trouble?
Trouble, I'm afraid.
Cop. Door opens. On the other side, a very thin woman in her mid-50s with a teetering wig on, very pink lips and peeled off face, looks at you and says, "What do you want this time, Peter?" Says, "We can't be sending anyone up to the palace again, Peter. Not after last time." 2 of them died.
Oh dear.
It was a sting.
Oh.
You got what you wanted. The ambassador was cornered, but that's another story.
So that's another story for another day.
What were they stung by?
Very big wasp.
Nice.
Dwarf literalism.
The ambassador was a mutant with a wasp tail?
As you're taken into a small office, which is shabby and half broken down. As she sits down at her chair and says, "What do you need this time, Peter?"
I need to speak to her.
Huh. You want Jenny?
It's very important, or I wouldn't ask. Well, I say ask.
It's going to cost you, Peter.
Oh, of course. Always does.
She's still indebted to us, Peter. And she brings in quite a lot of coin, Peter. How long are you going to be taking her for, Peter?
Hopefully not long, but you will be.
Are you
fully
taking her to
compensated.
a city, Peter?
Yes.
Be straight with me, Peter. He says, how long are you going to be taking her away?
I genuinely.
You don't know.
I genuinely don't know.
It's literally on the other side of the old world. You're going down river, across ocean.
Yeah.
It could be months.
Could be. I mean, certainly weeks, potentially months. But you know the coffers I have access to. You'll be compensated.
I had better be, says, I have got customers that want her. And she owes me. All right, Peter, you can talk to her. Fags! Take him to the leech! Fugs. He's thuggish. As he comes into the chamber and says, "Come with me." Says, "If you ever need anyone to do a little bit, you know." He says, "Thumping." Remember, he says, "Dogs is always around."
I will bear that in mind. If I go
He
now.
says, "How's up with that Palestine, eh?"
It's frightfully ostentatious.
He says, "Oh, I'd love to see that place, eh?" Oh, yes. As you pass by various rooms of business, till eventually you're taken to the Leech. The Leech has candles all laid out on the outside and hanging parchments of prayer, all of which are warding against the undead. A single hammer has been carved into the door, and underneath it, do not pass.
Theatrics.
As he comes up, makes the sign of the hammer on his chest and says, rather you than me. And he goes up to the door and clicks, unlocks, goes up the top, shunt. All of them glimmer with silver. As the door opens. And on the inside of a really rather pathetic room, a single bed, sits a 16-year-old girl wearing rags, blonde hair hanging on her shoulders, eyes dark, almost red, pretty in her own way. The window is all blacked out and prayer parchments all around it. The wall is a mass of rents and tears, like people have been screaming their way. Broken fingernails everywhere. She looks quite innocent in the middle of it all. You know Peter.
And what is Magnus's rock doing here?
You like to get out of here?
Oh. You're not allowed out. You owe a lot. You'd be dead if not for her.
I would.
But not without permission.
You can arrange it. She will give permission.
It's already arranged.
Oh, surely. We shall go. I shall fetch. Is it day?
Yes.
Tinted glass.
I will need a cloak.
I was going to say you were a little underdressed.
Well, I am just a princess. Surely.
Do I have Petunian? No.
No, you
A little what now?
Exactly. The imperial
As Bugs
privilege.
looks down at her and cringes back. And shudders as the sharp eye teeth are shown. Each pointed. Your madame steps out into the corridor and says, "You best be back, you little leech bitch."
Of course.
She looks at you. "You still owe me." "Thank you, Peter," she says. And then swirls round with her long, dirty skirts, moves back into her obvious, "Get the leech out of here." Which leads you to escort the vampire down, down to the docks. And onto the Dockland. You've met her. You are aware of her. Ridiculous. The things that humans do.
I'm now on a chaise, like on the bridge, I guess.
Yeah.
Like this.
Are you feeling with ennui?
Paint me like one of your Bretonian girls.
Jacques.
Everyone arrives, and Peter requests a private chamber so that he can explain what the mission is to his current ghosts. Those who, as ghosts, never speak of whatever their mission is. And all of them tend to be pretty dangerous, even when they appear to be entirely safe, because Peter is always called in to do the stuff that no one else can do. You're all sort of excited, those of you who don't know what's about to occur, because you don't know what's going to occur. And in that private little room meets the 5 little ghosts, with Peter at the lead, who explains that they're there to find the provenance of the Hammer of Sigmar. Because apparently the one that Magnus has was made in Barak Var.
Oh, hi there. This is Dan. Everyone thinks I'm going to mess this up, but I'm going to do a very good promo. Please keep watching us on LAWhammer, as we love doing the show and we love to entertain you every week. If you would like, you can join our Discord channel and talk to everyone and get abused by some of the cast members. Most likely me. And you can also smash that like button on YouTube, hit the bell, comment as much as you can for our algorithm gods. And we also have our Patreon, where you can see all of the rules that we use for free. And chuck us some money as well to help me buy socks. Thank you.
The Empire was behind them. The greatest city of the Empire, Marienburg, had a treaty with the elves of Ulthuan, meaning that as your eagle ship sped its way down towards the great mouth of the River Reich, a river that at this point, as it's making its way upstream towards Altdorf, is often as much as 20 miles wide. Barely a river anymore, effectively an estuary of the sea. But it's all fresh water up to this point, so it's still a river. And the great walls of Marienburg, and all of the islands, and the teetering buildings leaning over the waters to either side. The great fleet of the Empire gathered and anchored. The merchant fleets, a huge Cathaean junk, sitting with its bright red sails squared off, a great dragon rippling on the front of it. All unimportant to you, as you just zip down one of the side channels, zipped along through, sails down low, wind being spun by one of the elves, filling up a sail that normally couldn't catch any wind at all, and pushing it at speed under bridges, some of which were not more than some 20 to 30 feet high. The palaces sitting at the back somehow collapsed. The elves are not in their palaces for, I think, palace collapse reasons. As they are all out watching the ship, everything pulled up tight, zipping along the channels until it bursts out again. And the huge second hull drops. The sails are pulled up, and similarly the palaces at the back somehow seem to extend. But they don't look any bigger. They don't look like they've collapsed literally. Something magical has been done to allow them to shift through Marienburg at speed. You're avoiding the tolls. That's the real thing that you're doing. You're supposed to wait, and it's not just a toll of money. It's a toll of time. Because you would be expected to drop in. The Sea Lord's banners are flying high. Nope. You fly through, and it takes them almost half a day to realize what they have missed. By that time, the first dragon ship moves out of Marienburg to make pursuit.
She sends them a kiss.
Toodles.
The lore master of Hoeth, upon your ship, however, has prepared for this. The wind is moving in your sails at an extraordinary rate, and you can, with your sight, see the swirl of tiny spirits moving and touching and pushing and working with the ship. To your sight, 3 elven men at least in appearance, their spirits are swirling within each one of the main sails. You don't quite have the capability to see what's being done to the ship, but you know what's being done because you spoke to the lore master. And every time he said it can't be done, you weren't having it. You managed to cross from Ulthuan to Marienburg in 3 days during the Great War. 3 days. Magic was high, very high at that point. And yes, it involved a lot of magic to do it. But if he could do it then, he can do it now. The dragon ship has to go through an awful lot more work to try and keep up with that sort of speed. You pass by an imperial vessel, its oars going, a coast hugger. It's some 10 miles to your side. There goes the imperial vessel. You, a spray of water going behind you as your boat has lifted up out of the water. It's a sliver of resin wood and its lower hull, specially grown. A tiny amount of contact with the water. A knife blade as the second hull works as balance and elves are leaning out, casting more spells as they're drawing the wind through them. They are expending a lot of energy to do this because apparently time matters. Peter didn't expect this to occur. Peter had said that time was important. Peter had said it was really important. However, up there on the deck, you can't go on deck with ease. The wind is so strong. It's and it's slightly horrifying.
But you'll have to heavily wax one's moustache.
Horrifying. The speed with which the elves can, if they wish to, move.
That's good to know.
It is. Very good to know. But you've been on a ship like this before.
But we didn't come this fast then, did we?
You were having conversations with Teclis, Irtle, Finrier. Down in the hold, you had no awareness of how fast you were going. And when you arrived in Marienburg, a trip that had taken you months to get across, 3 days later you were there. You couldn't believe it. But now, in a place where you're slightly less controlled in where you're going, you can. And it's terrifying. Interesting for a dwarf to see this. A dwarf fleet moves slowly, consistently, chugging along.
With purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can absolutely see how the elf vessels nip around, almost like pond skaters to your stone in the middle. How they could literally dodge cannon fire. It's interesting. They're wood. It's almost hollow, but not. It's got a resonance to it. Apparently it's alive. Covered with a great resin that, according to one of the elves who can speak, Kazalid, and you've been speaking to, he'd given you the whole loose discussion about how they're put together. His earlier life, some 400 years earlier, was in shipbuilding. And he has formed several ships. They sing them into place. Great, long vessels sung from living trees. Their branches moved into place and then very carefully shaped. And then once they're shaped, all the resin that they've sung in is released and the resin goes up and surrounds all of the wood, coating it and making it harder than iron itself. Assuming this elf can be believed.
Yeah, that is very poor at intuition. So I still don't think he'll be. I don't think he speaks counsel though.
Yeah, he does. And he claims that he was in Barak Var. He says some 250 years ago there was an altercation between your fleet and ours. I was with the now Phoenix King. He says, we may move fast, but we use magic to do so, which we found an unfortunate downside when we were facing against your fleets in those early eras.
The Rune Masters.
Ships just fell silent in the water. It was decided that a truce was for the best on both sides, which I appreciated, given I did not think I was going to live that day.
Well, we're an honorable people.
As are we. And that ended that conversation.
Where's this
Would he have
going?
known what that conflict? I mean, I know it's not anywhere near.
It's not really
It'd be a
near where,
local-
or yeah, very much. It's a southern thing. I mean, you could do a Lord Dwarves just to hear if you've heard of it.
He'd have.
So that's kind then.
5 successes.
5 successes. He's aware of the significant conflicts between the elves and the dwarves that were taking place down in the southern seas. He's aware of that. And he's aware that the elves largely withdrew relatively recently. That they'd held lots of ports down in that area and it caused frequent conflict. But from what he knew of it, the conflict was more floating around each other and pretending to hurry and harass without ever actually doing anything.
No blood.
Yeah, quite. It very rarely came to blows. There were bigger fish to fry, so to speak.
Does he see Alaethor? Alaethor?
Alaethor.
Has he come across her?
Oh, absolutely. You're often together.
Okay. Elgie.
You've done like ghost jobs together.
Yes, yeah, but I just mean on the ship in terms of if
I
she's
see.
faffing about or is she just laying on her Shay Long.
Both.
Blowing.
Yeah.
Wafting gently.
Elgie, have you been to a Karak before?
Not in one, no.
I don't believe so.
A port you have yet to land upon.
Do you know what it is that you're walking into?
That I presume more of you.
I'm probably an outlier in my people. There will be hostility. I will be...
Well, in that case, I shall meet them head on.
You very well may be capable of it, but I would suggest maybe some of your guards could also accompany you.
I guess.
But just so you're aware, we will be entering the hold under my name, under my people. Everything that you do, it will be on my name and my clan's name. I'm not one to tell you what to do, but...
I'm going to tell you what to do.
There are certain ways that you should behave. I would suggest just ignore everything. Just walk with the group. Don't rise to it.
That'll really piss them off.
Yeah, that will infuriate.
Right under their skin.
I will consider it.
And we spit for luck.
The journey round the coasts of Bretonia, down towards Estalia, and round that, and past Tilia towards Barak Var, would take potentially weeks, depending on weather. And come day 2, the weather does not. It's bad. A storm lashes out over on the horizon to the right of where you intend to go, and it begins to roll in with the occasional crash of thunder and then a fork of lightning heading down into the depths. It has, however, been a largely uneventful journey so far. The lore master decides that now is the time to just rely upon the sailors rather than rely upon his extra work and the spirits that he summoned. And he withdraws down below to the base of the palace at the back to rest, allowing the sailors to pull the Eagle ship in at normal speeds towards the coast into shallower waters, but not too shallow where the waves will get higher, just in the hopefully skirt around the edge of it before it hits. I am going to roll to see how well they do, because it is a rather nasty storm.
You can do it.
We have.
Rain lashes down upon the decks as all of you sit near the back of the vessel in one of the palatial rooms. Elves are serving crystal clear wine.
I'd like to be dripping wet because I've just been outside screaming at the storm. And I have calmed down, come back in.
Drip, 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 drip. As the vessel avoids most of the worst of the rise and swell of the waves because it's lifted up of a good chunk of it and it cuts through the waves almost at the top and then goes down a little and then up a little. Far less than if you were stuck on the waves themselves. It's a endurance test for everyone. Difficulty, if you are someone who has had a mariner's background, difficulty 2. If you are not, which is everyone bar her, someone with a mariner's background, difficulty 6.
Only 6.
Yeah.
8 successes.
Oh, great.
Look at that. 8 successes. I'm a dwarf.
7 successes.
Seafaring
Jill?
dwarf.
No, we're not. It's a
okay,
storm.
that's a fail.
Crit.
Of course you crit.
Yeah.
You're in your
In
element.
fact, fuck it. Let's use your luck. Hey! Oh, it's only 2 successes, but it's better than a fail.
It's better than being sick all over everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, you find having a low centre of gravity really helps.
I don't think vampires like this. The water.
Is that not one of like the myths? You can't cross water as
Yeah.
a vampire.
Doesn't affect her, sadly.
No, but like
But yes, it
Yeah.
absolutely is. But right now, you're feeling it might be.
Bring buckets
Is that a
for
fail
the
with
humans.
successes or just a fail?
I got it.
As in,
it
a
has
fail.
stronger
Just-
I rolled
ale, you'd be
97.
fine.
okay, so a fail. That's a fail.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Failed.
Sorry, pardon me. I misunderstood what you meant. That's why I said fail, or a fail.
My endurance is 107, so like just
Wow.
but 97
You could barely-
is a fail.
It
Yeah.
absolutely is. Yeah, you're getting green around the gills, so to
Yeah,
speak,
and I don't have
and you're
any
not the only
fortune.
one. The poor old Peter is really feeling it too. The elves are. It's fair to say they're actually rather amused at how the human is dealing with it. It just reinforces their superiority in all things. The dwarf is stoically unbothered. The halfling's too busy guzzling half elven wine to particularly care about one wave or another.
Delicacies.
It is, however, nauseating. And you're really feeling it as they skirt around the edge of the storm, never really getting caught in it, and eventually speed out the other side.
Can our pay?
Dish of milk.
Slug.
There's no milk aboard.
It's not actual milk.
Be like nut milk.
Yeah. For the cat pet.
I do not want elven nut milk. Thank you very much.
Elven sweat.
But I believe that's a
Jenny's
curse
just
in
very
Catalan.
quiet, like sitting in a corner.
Pale. As you
Paler.
dart off, 2 Estalian vessels decide that they are going to raise flags to call down and potentially confront the Eagle ship. The captain pretty much does the elven equivalent of that as it moves forward, and then in an absolutely lurching maneuver, almost as a 90-degree jibe, tonk, and pops in a different direction almost instantly, throwing everyone into an athletics test who's not an elf used to the
Oh.
ship.
No.
6 successes.
Sweet!
3 successes.
That's rolling around as you hit the other side with a whoop.
7 successes.
7 successes. You grab on and hold, and over there. As Peter spins like a starfish and slams into
All
the side
according to
wall.
plan.
I'm far too busy trying not to throw up to do anything else.
As vomit goes down his mouth as he
Can one of
slides
us-
down the
can
wall.
one of
Magnus'
us
most
grab him
trusted
to make sure he
agent.
doesn't
No one
actually hit a
critted,
wall?
so sadly no.
Okay.
As he whacks into the other side, hurts himself quite badly. It's not going to be bad enough. You won't be patched up by the time you arrive at your destination. And slides down as you're up on the deck watching the diminishing sails of the Estalians behind you. Under other circumstances, they're challenge would have been enough for you to sink them. But speed is of the essence.
I am magnanimous.
As you then arc across the horizon, as they're like, where the hell is that going? As whoosh, off you go. Next encounter is your first. Ooh, you monster.
Kraken, come on.
It's spotted by one of the elves who is gripping on with his feet at the top of the mast and just leaning out as a watch and calls out in Eltharine so that everyone down below can be warned that something is cresting in the direction that you're going. Perception test for yourself.
Would this class is about to be ambushed?
Is that what I think it is?
Not really.
Oh dear.
We're not chill, are we?
No, not really. No.
I mean, we rolled it.
We're not chill. I mean, you're on your own vessel. You're on your own vessel. I'll let you have advantage. I think it's fair.
A crit.
Well,
She got a crit. No, it's fine. You think you have advantage. It's a crit.
We all know what you roll. I can't even see the dice, but I know what you roll.
No, I'm cool. I think it's fair. You're in your own environment, so this is fair. As the vessel is moving at a slight angle forwards, and there ahead, you see it.
17 successes.
17 successes. Ooh. You not only see it, you recognize it for what it is. A deep water Leviathan. It's not normally seen in what are effectively the shallows. You've been hugging the coast on purpose to avoid any of the darker horrors from the depths. But an enormous fin reaches out. It's got a mouth large enough to take the entire vessel.
Then we could stab it from the inside.
Yes, you could. Now, this one has been faced before. You even see the tear on the back of it, caused by your brother. He thought he could take it on. He lost his vessel. And as ridiculous as this might sound, he swum back to Ulthuan, having lost all hands. And any right to take another vessel back out to sea. Now, if he's telling the truth, he caused that tear. Or alternatively, what you think is far more likely was that he was boarded by Druki. Your dark kin took him down and he didn't want to admit that his vessel had been taken.
And that he jumped off and fled to safety when everyone else had died.
Because that wouldn't look good.
Yeah.
That's running through your mind at least, but there it is over there. And it's very possibly too big to get you here. In that the water is just not deep enough. At least that's your hope. Your intent would be, if you go inland even further, the chance of it being able to get you is low. Or you could just charge it.
Let's roll for it, shall we?
No! Revenge for your brother!
Yes!
Those lost lives!
Your lying brother!
Peter, she's got that look again. She's going to do something.
If it's
Speed is the essence.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Speed is of the essence.
we're going towards the coast. If it's 5, 6, 7, 8, we're going to charge it for the honor of my brother.
And 9, 10?
Oh yeah, it's a D10. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
She'll roll again.
9, 10, sink the ship.
1 to 4 we live.
Chaos.
5 to 8, 10 we die. Yeah.
6 to 10, you die.
Yeah.
Then die. 6.
Oh,
Will the captain do it?
the captain, 6 is charge it, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, the captain, it's not 10, it's not, we're going, it's,
We have weapons on this ship.
As the captain looks at you and says, vengeance.
Of course. For
Yes,
my
Your
brother.
Royal Highness. Vengeance. he says, as calls shout out over the eagle ship.
We're all going to die.
Okay, do yourself an L3 test, please, Peter. Peter's sitting at the side going,
Does
I'm
Paul
definitely
know
not
the
chill, am I?
Elvish, the Elven word for...
Does
sadly, no.
Does Eltharian count as an old world language?
It does not.
Well,
I'm definitely not chill, so...
Yeah, no, as you're sitting there green, as the ship suddenly lowers down into the water.
Are we going for it?
Okay, as it arcs round and starts making with a spray behind it, and an almost direct beeline towards, and then arcing slightly to the left of, towards the cresting dark black green fringed back.
He's starting to wind his crossbow.
daytime? Is it daytime?
It is daytime.
Right, I'll be peeking. Why are we moving in a different direction?
I don't know.
Her Royal Highness has a bee in her bonnet about taking out that hill monster thing.
As whoosh, you probably wouldn't even know that. You can.
You can't speak Eltharian.
No,
But you'd see the thing and see that before.
Yeah, that seems fair.
How much she's got a bee in her bonnet?
Yeah.
That's also fair.
She's awake.
Time to run to the front of the ship towards one of the great big bolt throwers. Okay, as you pull up towards that to either side, guard pull out their halberds and lower themselves. One dances across the edge of the rope right onto the prow and holds on with bare feet with a great double-headed halberd to either side, standing between the two great bolt throwers to the front. Oh yeah, as they drive towards it, at the back you can hear the choral shout of the lore master, who drops down onto the deck beside the captain and says, "Are you mad?" in Eltharian, as he turns round and says, "Vengeance will be ours!"
No.
It says, "Mathlan, we will claim this in your name!" And he pulls at his flesh, and as he does so, red tears go on as he goes, "Theolonatha!" and gills roll down as he runs and jumps off and jumps out the water. The captain jump in and goes up and starts bellowing magic as a blade appears in his hands, rushing with water.
Peter, what are you fighting?
I don't know. I've messed up my Eltharian test. Yeah,
He's like,
no idea.
Two questions. Well, one's the statement. Bowley's probably wearing his full armor.
Oh yeah. No doubt.
And then the
Big
question
huge winged helm.
is a lore question.
Yes.
Dwarves, I believe, are naturally buoyant. So him going into the water, he'll probably just bob like a boy. Like he'll just be like, oh.
Like a lead boy.
It has really dense metallic.
Yeah, I feel like it's established that dwarves float.
And that means it's light.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that.
So he's looking forward to this. Although he feels a bit. He's seen the massive bow thrower as people run that he's like winding his crossbow, being like, I'll still hit it.
All you need to do is get the eye.
One of them.
As the ship arcs around, the captain, almost fish-like, goes up and out the water, goes up, checking where it is each time as he lands back down, and then zips through the water.
Is it close to nighttime?
It is not.
Okay.
It is not. As the creature goes down under the water, and you are the one that is giving the orders aboard the ship.
Sure, yeah.
So what is your decision? Are you pressing forward hard towards where it was? Are you moving into effectively a more evasive maneuver in the fear that it may come up from beneath you? Do you have a completely different plan?
Just roll a die again. That worked so well.
Courage, yeah.
Well, you know.
Submerge the ship.
I can breathe underwater. So, you know.
Jumping only Pacific.
I don't know. I feel
And
like...
as you're making the decision, beside you, the lore master,
Yes.
turns, his hair whipping in the wind, and says, I am vexed that the captain would leave us like this, meaning we cannot simply flee. As he looks out, although we could, Your Royal Highness.
That would be convenient, would it not? And
Yes.
then she turns and jumps into the water.
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
Casting
no.
a spell.
Fuck you, Ed.
Chaos.
No luck for you, Ed.
No, Ed'll be
No,
fine.
Ed will be fine. Ed wants us to
No,
get
all
fucked.
of us have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you think if both the captain and
Yeah,
the
no, I
princess
feel
of
good.
the elf
I
vessel
feel good.
abandon us on the elf vessel, we'll be fine? Because I have a feeling we won't
Peter
be fine.
gets shit done.
Yeah. Apparently so. He gets elf
Yeah,
princess.
I will. Let's
To be fair, she
see.
didn't do that herself.
I can breathe without having to cast,
Yeah,
but I
you-
do need to for Dolphin's Grace.
Yes, you do need to do that one. So cast that one as you go down. Let's see if
Yes.
you pass it.
I haven't done magic before. I can't remember anymore.
Language
What's the
magic.
casting
Magic
number?
test. What's the casting number?
1.
So it's
Sorry, it's
language
just one.
magic.
You only need one
So you just
success.
need to pass.
One success, you got it.
Crit.
Sweet. Roll again for number of successes.
10, so 11.
11 successes, and what's the duration?
The duration is 6.
Oh, well, that's more than enough for the entire scene. So she dives down into the water and then tears through it as she leaps up as well out of the water, just like the captain did before her.
Just bite it to death.
We don't have no weapons.
As the pair of them go off, as the lore master looks on in horror, and the dawning horror, as he realizes that possibly he's the ranking officer, as he looks around at the crazy elves that have just gone off, as he goes, and says something in Eltharine. You can do an Eltharine test. There's now no one here that can
It's
actually
not
understand what
going
you're
well.
Where's the elf who speaks
Oh, that one I
Khazarian?
passed.
He's currently
great.
there. Passed. You have
Three successes.
3 successes? 3 successes. That's pretty decent.
I've got 32, but I can get 3 successes.
You can get 3 successes. That's pretty decent. Yeah, you pretty much got the gist of that. It was do everything you can to save the princess. Follow the princess. Which is amusing because she's going much slower than this ship can go. So it actually grinds into a smaller halt as it just almost dances around where she's going.
That's probably good, though. Because the
Hopefully
beastie...
will evade
Yeah, exactly. The beastie wouldn't have predicted that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The beastie goes down, and as it does go down, off in the distance, another call comes from up above.
I mean, hopefully it'll just swim off. It doesn't even, might not even know we're here.
Another
Exactly.
Eltharine test, please.
No.
Now, you're not entirely sure what that is saying.
So can Bowley speak to the elf who speaks Khazarian?
Yeah, you can move up to the front.
running translation.
Yeah, he's currently, if you want to say something to him, he's
Yeah.
currently hanging off the boat.
So he'll
really-
point his crossbow and be like, where's the enemy? What's happening?
And he looks at you and he says, Our queen has gone mad, dwarf. He says, she has decided to face against a monster single-handed. She wishes to outwit her brother. Her brother is good at this. I think that is the best translation, he says in Khazarian.
Is this honor?
Vengeance would be better for fallen elves
I'll
who
accept
have
it.
been taken by the creature at sea.
Son of a bitch, I'm in.
No, you'll drown.
No, I'll float.
He knows he'll drown.
You'll float.
What's
Andy.
your swim?
He's not jumping in.
I think you forgot to put it on.
Yeah, I thought so.
Naturally buoyant.
What are the chances of survival at sea for someone such as myself?
They're
Pretty
almost
high.
100%, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Are you going to jump in?
No,
No, you'll get lost at sea.
No, I'm just like, if the ship goes down,
Right.
I'm probably going to live.
Bowley will relay the information. The queen has gone mad on vengeance. Prepare to fight.
What are we fighting?
Do you not see the Leviathan?
No, because we've been indoors.
Or sitting at the edge going,
Or just saw a vague hump. No one said the word.
It's a Leviathan. It's a deep sea monster. But it's here in the shallows.
Right, so I'm going to roll to see what it does. Now, given where the vessel is, and they went out to it, it's not exactly shallows here, but it will, if I roll a 1 or 2, count as being in shallows.
Great.
Because I'm just going to randomize at what point it arrives. It is not in the shallows, so we've got more than enough depth to deal with this great Leviathan creature that is about to rise up from beneath, Dune style, to swallow your entire ship.
It might not even care about us.
The next one is it chasing your ship? Is it chasing after that tiny little minnow that's the captain? Or the minnow of minnows that is Finubar's daughter? Or is it doing something else entirely different? It's 1, 2, 4. It's going to be going after the ship. 3, the captain. 3, her. It'll be split between them.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, pardon me. No, 5. And then 6 plus, it's got a different thing on its mind.
Do your worst, you whore.
It's a 3, it's going for the ship. Yeah! That's it. Rumbles up. Now, I'm going to see how accurate it is. Okay, now, I've already rolled a 3 out of the 1 to 4 where it was going to hit. 1 would have been the most accurate already, so it's not entirely accurate, but it's coming for the ship. That's what it's aiming at. We have an elven crew as well who are going to try and effectively outsail it.
Come on, elven
They've
crew.
got their spotters up. They know where it's coming up. Here we go. First, its attempt to get you. Its difficulty is 3 because I rolled a 3. It has got... You'll be delighted to know if I pick that up and you can see it's 96. It has not come up underneath the ship. The ship's crew, though, running under the command of the lore master, who's not a natural sailor, has 3 successes on his as he bellows out what he hopes is an order to crew that know what they're doing far better than he does. But, as is often the case with the elves, they don't care whether they have the skill or not to be the leader. If they've got the rank, they're going to do it. And indeed, that's exactly what's going to happen right here as the lore master takes control and tells the ship to curve around it rather than directly. A great explosion of water around about 50 paces from the side of the eagle ship. Now, if this had come out underneath the eagle ship, each one of its teeth, which are, let's say that's the eagle ship's length, each tooth is about this long. Its mouth is about this wide. That's the ship, that's the mouth. Snap! And it thought, in its half-blindness, it was coming for it. But the elven ship moved around, and it came up outside of where the ship was.
All the plan.
As it comes up, and it is bluntly enormous. A huge size with skin that's exceedingly dark, purple flesh pulsing, and a great saucer of a green eye that you can see from this side. Enormous! With a black blob in the middle of it, which is not a nice, neat circle. It's almost a twisted shape. Okay, anyone with this sight who can see this?
Where would we see that?
You do yourself a perception test, please.
Taurus have good eyes, right?
9
Underground.
successes. Magic sight.
Yeah,
Magic sight.
9
You don't have good
successes.
magic sight.
It's not just a horrendous creature from the deep. It's fallen. It's fallen. You can feel it. Your lessons, some time ago from Master Poe, where you sat at the feet of Master Poe and learned magic properly for the first time. You were incapable of doing much of what Master Poe offered, but there was much that you could do that Master Poe in turn could not. Your balance of yin and yang were different. But he told you of the creatures that fell. They fell at the beginning of time. At the beginning of time. And they patrol the seas, changing them. Now, not all of the great monsters that once lived in the world fell, but some did, and you can often see it in their eyes. And you can see the swirl of the god of change twisting in the center of its eye. And it means purpose. It's here for something. They have made an enormous mistake. They should not have attacked this thing. The gods themselves wish the end of this. Uh-oh.
Can I say?
You can say whatever you wish.
Peter, it is fallen. This is a trap. The gods themselves come for us. Tell the Lawmaster.
Okay. Okay, first, endurance test.
Endurance test?
Okay.
Oh, the endurance test is good. 8 successes.
8 successes, yeah. Okay, you were made for this. As you pull yourself
I've
up
got a
the
mission.
deck.
You have
Okay.
nothing left in your stomach, you're
The
fine.
world is heaving, or is that your belly? As you make yourself
I'll
up
go
towards
with
the
him.
lore master,
Like, I'll go with
who
him.
stands tall. You might not want to do that.
No.
No.
Oh, it's daytime.
You just might not want to do that because you will not necessarily be a good sign.
Surely the lore master is seeing that anyway.
And he is standing tall on the deck, and he has now taken what amounts to control as he's issuing orders in Eltharine. As you come up to him, there's him. And he's got his long helm on now, as the wind is whipping at his perfectly blonde silken hair, obviously. As you then say,
It's a trap!
It's a trap. It's a trap. The ruinous powers. It's fallen.
do yourself an Eltharine test.
You've just insulted his mother.
Yeah, no, that's a fail.
Any
And you used your luck point.
I've got 2 more.
Oh, you've got 2. Oh, okay,
but I've
cool.
only got 32% chance.
That's a third of the time you pass.
I mean, statistically, likely to make it work.
According to Ed, that's
the
what
end
works
might
every
come
time.
right now.
Or
This might be the end of the session.
I mean, do you speak Reichsfield?
Can they be expressed in language battle?
No.
Kat, what about in the form of interpretive dance?
Do you speak Gospodar or Ungol?
No.
You could tell him, and then
He
you
could tell
You can
the-
tell the other person.
Yeah.
Wait, it crested. I'm gonna take a shot.
Hey, you can take a shot.
For sure.
Go for it.
Right into its eye.
Into its eye.
50 paces, that's well within range of your crossbow.
Yeah, and is it a difficult shot?
Pardon, it's a huge target. The difficulty is 0.
Anyway.
I mean, I'll make it
ooh.
difficulty 2 because it is.
Well, I
there's
reduce it
water
by
everywhere.
3 anyway.
So,
So
yeah, you're fine. And you also reduce.
That's really good. I believe. Hold on, I need to find my thing. Yeah, that's not 8 successes.
So give me the damage.
Uh,
I'm not saying it's got a lot of hit points or anything.
24.
24.
Okay, so
9
that's
plus
what,
8,
900.
17. Have you double checked that you've added on everything you're supposed to add? Like
Well,
your units die, you get to add
that's
as
just
well?
a hit.
Okay, no, so that wasn't the damage.
So 17.
The
is
only
what
number
they
I
had.
care about
Sorry,
Yeah.
is the damage.
So it
Plus
will be plus 8.
31
Plus
plus whatever your unit's dice was.
12.
7.
So 36.
36, that's much better.
Sorry.
Okay, as her bow goes, and ping! Not the only one. There's a whole host of bolt throwers being boom,
It's not the size
some
of
of
the bolt.
which burn slightly as they fly through the air.
just wanna
The
play
captain
it, so-
rises up on his back and starts sprinting across it, trying to get to the top of it before
This is great.
it goes
this
down.
is amazing. This is the best session we've ever done.
Peter will start yelling out in all of Ivy. So he'll say it in Reichsfield, he'll say it in Hazeled, he'll say it in Gospodar, he'll say it's a trap, it's a trap, don't you understand? It's a trap, the ruinous powers, it's a trap.
So-
in all these languages.
Look at its eyes.
I will
The eye,
relay it to
the eye,
my
the eye,
Kazalid
the eye.
speaking.
And can I have a swim test from yourself also, please?
Do I think my magic would cause damage to it?
No, not in the slightest. Yeah, that's not your type of magic in the slightest.
So these ones, it's you can get 3 successes plus whatever is on top. Right?
3 is your max.
Yeah, 3 is your max, and
Add
then
the
you can
plus
add-
And
to
then-
whatever
and then
you
you
roll.
add-
So 6.
Successes. Nice, that's good. As you burst and you reach the side of it, you have not done this before, but you have done this before with sea dragons. Half-tamed sea dragons. You have mounted them, got across them. You've even know where you're meant to strike to do the most potential damage.
Right, and it's like
Athletics test.
I think we killed it.
Yeah.
He's just he's baiting us.
Yeah, that's 8 successes.
8 successes, sweet. As you pull yourself up onto it, as from the water, you can see the trailing of her cloak as she pulls herself up the side of the enormous Leviathan. Wow. That's round 1. The shots don't clatter off the side of it. In other parts, they hit weed. In other parts, the part of the body opens up and it just swallows the bolt shots that are hitting it in the side. The Lore Master is going to launch out a spell. Oh. Oh.
You just double crit.
Fuck me. And that's
He really wants to save the princess.
And I not only double crit, I triple crit, but my third one was an 88, so that's not good.
Well, you win some, you lose
So
some.
that's a total of...
Especially with the chaos infested Leviathan. Surely.
Okay, well, that's a massive overcast. I really wish I was doing a damaging spell. Because that would have been amazing.
Is he just doing the teleportation spell to disappear?
You arrive in Elfwind. We're safe, fuck them. No, quite the opposite. He is attempting to protect the royal line, which means you now have, that's massively boosted. So that goes to, it gives you a 3+ ward. Against all damage. You already can't drown, so we don't need to worry about that part.
Yes.
You're immune to drowning. So you've got yourself a 3+ ward, which is potentially a good thing, as the creatures that live within this entity are already rising up. Big snippy crab-like entities coming out the side of its flesh. Things that live on the flesh of this great, enormous creature.
And that's normal Leviathan behavior.
It's
presumably?
not what you expected,
Okay, cool.
but hey, it's something that you're going to have to dodge if you want to get up to the area that you're intending to get up to before it gets below the water again. So you can either dodge it or try to engage with them. Your choice. Or you can just run through them. You got a bloody ward.
Yeah, I have a question. Can I tell that I've been warded? Like, is that something I can perceive?
Oh, you'll be very aware.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Privileged.
Because I have my own warding, but I don't. Can I run and ward myself?
Pardon?
Can I run and ward myself?
Of course you can, yeah.
Okay. Well,
There's
then
an
I
action,
would like
so-
to do that.
You've already got that magical ward up though, so only
Does it
one
not
will
stand?
stand. Yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't
In
stand.
that case, I will just try and.
Okay, so it's going to be an athletics
Dodge.
test to get where you want to go. You're going to need a total 10 successes. You're only going to have one round after this to reach it. So first, athletics test. Do that first.
Well, that's a 10 plus. So that's just
4 successes.
4 successes.
4 successes means you won't get there first round. I'm going to get 2 attacks off on you from the living things within the hide of this enormous monster. The first hits with a mere 3 successes, and the second hits with a significantly more impressive 14 successes. So first dodge the first one. It's just a standard dodge test. Go for it.
I think you said breakwater, so I don't get. You'd have to take 4 successes off.
Yes, I take 4 successes. Yes, breakwater takes 4 off.
So
Okay,
the first
so
one that was
take
3
the-
successes.
So
You
you
have
just
to roll,
ignore.
because
Okay, as you
could
come up.
fail and worse, right?
So as you slam up to it, the very power of your movements, like a wave, pushes it out the way. As you dart past that to the second, take 4 successes off there. I've forgotten how many I rolled now. 14 down to 10.
Yes.
So your dodge success needs 10 to be completely immune to what's coming in.
Okay. That's 3 successes.
Do you have any extra bonus on your dodge?
No, I do not.
Okay, so 3 taking it down to 7. So 7 plus damage is a total of 29 damage.
How does
But
the
you've got
roll-
wards. You just roll
Ward
them.
save.
You've got 3 plus ward save. You roll 3 more on a d10. You just ignore it. As a great swash of high magic pushes it. Not yet. As a huge snipper comes out.
That's bullshit.
A snipper and drives straight for your chest and snaps shut with enough power to break your body. But instead of snapping shut, it snaps back, and one part of the claw breaks off. A splash of black ichor spills out from that, but you, like a wave, push straight through, moving towards your eventual target, dancing past another couple of nasties. Okay, have you managed to communicate all of this? I would like from you a command test, please.
Leadership.
Yeah, leadership. Sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Crit.
You're good at this, right?
So that's a total of 14 successes.
His interpretive damage managed. Well done.
I feel like Benny in the Mummy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
Every
thinking.
language. It's
Every
one of the
language you
words.
know until the War Master catches it and looks over towards the very thing that you were pointing out that had been pointed to you. And let's see
With
if
2
he
hours
spots
poking
that.
out of it.
He was far more concerned with your life than he was about what he sees. And dawning horror crosses his face as he realizes, motherfucking teamwork,
Well.
as he realizes the potential danger that not only her, but the captain is also in. The captain, who is sprinting up its back also, which I'm now going to roll for. Why is it with fucking elves? That's 11. He critted them. 11 twice. I mean, this is literal bullshit. That's the second 11 in a row.
Double crit.
Yeah, he double
I
critted
think
his
he
way
can
up as
triple
well.
crit, like the LAWmaster.
And he rolled 19. He couldn't roll above 1 as a 10 though. So he bounces his way. I'm not even bother rolling the other side. I'm never going to roll a triple crit to get trying to beat that. As he bounces up his back.
Know.
The athletics test though, rather than the
Ed and I, when
dodge.
we rolled crits.
He's got 9 successes. He's one off the 10 he needs. But he's far ahead of where you are as they're moving up towards, hopefully, the stab
Does he
point.
have any fortune points?
Barn, no, you can't be rolling a success. Oh, I mean, on that. Yes,
Boost
I'd
it
say-
by
say-
1 to get there.
Yeah.
Good call.
But maybe
Good
it
shout.
would be better if they got there together.
Good shout. I'm doing that.
But maybe if the captain dies horribly, she
Oh,
can
yeah,
send him to come back.
Just whisper back.
That didn't look that much fun.
Change my mind.
Yeah.
That much older,
Love
better
it.
person.
And reaches up there as he will spin his blade and drive it down into the top of the head of the Leviathan of the deep.
Come on.
It's gonna really annoy it.
That is a very good roll. It's not critical. So that's 9 plus his
The Leviathan
18
is
plus-
aggrieved.
23. The Leviathan's got 20 armor points there, which he gets through. Toughness plus armor, whatever. So he has done the damage necessary to go, which means the head explodes. Right where they knew it would be stabbed. Now, it might,
It's a trap.
it was indeed a trap.
But was it a trap for him or was it a trap for her? Maybe him setting it off
Early.
early.
Yeah, here we go.
It's our classic.
It's going to
Trapped
be
in a trap.
it's going to
Head
be
inside the wolf's jaws. It's the whole
D100 damage plus 8 is what he takes. I'm going to roll out so you can see. It's only 32. Okay, now
Oh,
you might
he'd
go
be fine.
30. Only 32, so that's only 40 damage.
Yeah.
Okay, which is a fair number of wounds, but as you know from your Carter sheets, it's not necessarily that many. That's well.
Plus, does he have any ward save?
He doesn't have his ward save up, but he's got a ward save for his own stance that he's currently in, which is 9 plus he failed that. Okay, as a great gout of black water bursts forth, hitting him in the face, causing him to fly backwards as he staggers hard as hits this edge and then tumbles down into the water with a mighty splash as you see that almost like a boil burst and then a geyser of black ink bursts upwards, causing him to fly up. As the black ink hits the sky, it starts turning like oil in the light through colours. As it spills forth and starts rolling down. And as it rolls, it starts rolling with movement. Like the black stuff that's coming out is actually alive in
don't
and
like
of
that.
itself. I wonder why. So we head to top of the round. Top of the round, highest initiative is, in terms of all this, what's your initiative, please?
85.
Yours is 85. I have my LAWmaster first then. Seeing the captain fall off the other side, he's now concerned for the captain. You are currently caught underneath that. LAWmaster is, his primary job is your safety. You're safe. You're up there. He can't do anything. He could try and zap you. No, he's going to give orders instead. So he's going to order the vessel to move round behind it because it's going to have to go down and around before it can pull back in itself. So he's going to issue orders for his action, which he does as the ship moves round according to his order. We hit Genevieve.
I mean, there's so much I can do, but
Yeah,
just
quite.
wait.
But look on with horror.
Yeah. If it comes near me, I'll punch it.
That sounds good. Okay, so delaying. As you're sitting on the top, having seen the captain fall off the other side, okay, that black ick is marching towards you. There's all manner of creatures rising out the back of this horrific creature. What's your plan?
Yeah, I don't like that.
We are
So
curial elves.
I don't. Ew, gross. I'll smell fishy. Ew. So she could. Is it? How far is it to go sideways so that she could see what happened to the captain?
It's quite some distance. It'll be an athletics test this round to run across its back, hopefully before it falls into the water, to possibly even rescue him.
Yeah.
He may have been hit and knocked out. You don't know. You just saw him get blashed and tumble off. So, an athletics test you want to run over there. So do yourself an athletics test. I'm going to see if I can hit you with some of these horrible little creatures. You take 4 successes off, don't you? Which means none of them hit you. Fucking hell. Stupid talent.
9 successes.
9 successes, yeah. That's more than enough for you to go over and dive in. He has dived into the water. It's moving off, and the black stuff is chasing him. In the water as it's beginning to, almost venom-like, move over towards where he is.
Eddie.
Thank you.
Question, this barnacle bind,
Yes.
does it have to bind to something?
Yes. Not water.
But is the Leviathan close enough that it could bind to, like...
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I might try and do that.
So leap into the water, cast your spell, and try and bind that black goo to it and keep it away from the captain. Go for it.
Cool. Language magic. So close.
That'll be a fail then.
So close.
That'll be a fail then.
Wait, did anything
You
I
currently
did
have
give me
advantage.
Oh, no, then it's fine.
Yes, because you succeeded in your last.
Yes, I got 6 successes.
Sweet. As a whole bunch of blistered pocks in the back of it burst through with deep blue barnacles that lash out with their inner tongues and wrap around the black stuff and start pulling it back. Some of it tries to get away, and this bluish tongue from another one lashes out and pulls it right back again as the captain dives, swirls round, and moves towards the back as he's got to try and get away from the pool of the water as it's moving down into it. It's going to take, for him, 10 successes on his swim test to get away from this. It's not going to be easy. Alternatively, he could roll 14 successes, so he's fine. Okay, well, he's got a bonus at the moment.
Captain's amazing.
As he dives off, and his weapon arcs up as he jumps up to try and see where the vessel is. From the other side, dives up, sees where it is, and moves off towards where it is, having decided that whatever the fuck that is not what he expected. So
part of it.
That's what he's doing. So you up on the deck.
Now, is the princess close enough to be within earshot?
She is now just fallen down the other side, but she might hear you.
I would like to use my tactician ability to attempt to give her an extra move.
Oh, love it!
Yes.
As you bellow, Chaos, move your horse!
Post all the blood.
Marginally more refined. Move your arse.
Move your posterior.
So are you
Hoist
getting into the
thine
water off
posterior.
this thing? You could try and do yourself an athletics test to jump as far as possible away from its back so you don't get caught with that pulling tide.
Yes, I will try and do that.
Bigger the number, the better.
Yes,
nice.
that is 12 successes.
Oh, that's good. As you
believe this weight
leap,
will bear your weight. Let it
you leap into the water and then dive down head first. Your first spell is still in place, so you're at 3 times swim speed. As you dolphin your way away from that, that's more than enough. 10 successes is my, well, if you get away, you'll be able to swim free. As you dark off in the same direction as the captain, who's moving slightly faster than you, higher movement. As the pair of you move off towards the side, hey, halfling, the eye is now gone down. There's all sorts of horror body. I mean, you could shoot at that if you wish to do so. It does feel a little bit like a waste of an arrow, though.
Well,
It's so big.
It's so big, and without an eye, I don't think it's gonna happen. I'm gonna hold on to my arrows.
And just wait in case
I'm gonna
something...
wait.
Yes. And
Something comes nearer, like a tentacle.
on where you're looking, you can see the black stuff that's come down is rolled into the water off the back of it on the near side. So it obviously chased them down onto the far side, and it comes down into the near side too, and starts like a black inky mess of oil pushing its way towards the boat. It's not going that fast. And also as this Leviathan is pulling into the water, some of it's getting pulled back, but it's making progress. It's slow progress.
I'm going to keep an eye on it. If it looks like it's going to get closer to the boat, then I'll call the alarm.
What are you doing then?
Is there a ballista free?
Free, no. There's, the elves are firing at that. Yeah, they're all. Yeah, they're currently elfed.
Yeah, it's not similar to the halflings.
Yeah, so you're just holding there lest some nasty creature come too close. Right, it goes down. I'm going to roll for it. I didn't roll an 8. That's really disappointing. In fact, I rolled the worst number. I rolled a 1. So it's confused. It came up at the wrong place. Sadly, our boat did not get filled with these things, and it's gone down. And it's confused as a big flit goes, and it's so big that its tail never reaches. It just goes down and under.
Right.
Assuming it even has a tail. It's just a big rolling island for a while, and then it just slides underneath, pooling all the water in around it with a big swirl of the currents. As you come round the other side, ropes are already lowered down. The captain has pulled himself up as he barks out in Eltharine, now taking control of his vessel again, that you have to save the princess, effectively, because you're behind as he will use his action to move the vessel in that direction. And I thought that was a complete failure, but no, it was 66, not 99. There have been so many crits in this session, I kind of love it. As the vessel moves round to where you are, and you can easily grab on. The captain gives the order to leave, which you can countermand if you wish to do so.
You faced it and didn't lose your boat and all your men.
Yeah, exactly.
Or your crew, men and women. So you're like one up against your brother.
Exactly. Vengeance. Done.
It's not how it works.
Next time, let's take a different boat.
The orders are given on the ship, giving you that feeling a little bit like when you're in a lift or an elevator as you go up. And you feel that pressure pushing you down almost as it lifts up out the water, and it rises up onto the blade and then pulls off. The sails filling with wind. It gives chase. It might keep up. It's unlikely, but it might. We'll roll this publicly to get more fun. Okay, if it rolls 88, it will come up underneath you like a worm from Dune.
We've got to sail without rhythm.
Yes. Zig and zag and pull.
That's kind of what they do anyways.
Yeah.
They tack their way across.
Yeah.
Here we go. 88, it gets you. Over 88, it will be pursuing and close enough to attack. That's so disappointing. It's 12.
For you.
As you see it crest again and again, it diminishes in size behind you as the ship pulls away.
Clearly it is weakened.
Oh, wait.
As the lore master says, that was one of the most foolhardy things I have ever seen you do. You cannot do that, Your Royal Highness. Apparently untrue, you did.
Well, we survived.
You are a fool like your father. And he swirls and stomps off. I will not put up with this any longer. Get out of my way, he says to an elf who wasn't in his way. As he storms into the back palace.
The back palace.
To go into a big meditative huff. As the captain says, we could have gone better. It appears to have been tainted.
Yes.
Probably why your brother failed.
Well, the important thing is that we taught it a lesson and that we are now able to go
Yeah, no, I got nothing.
to our objective.
It is concerning, it says, that such an entity should be in our path. Are you on a fate-filled purpose?
Past that one. It was a trap. It wasn't luck. It was a trap.
What does the creature
The ruler's
say?
powers laid a trap for you.
That you're right.
Says as he looks out, the wind in his hair. Of course.
No. Apparently your accent's dog shit. But this guy speaks really clearly.
Excuse you.
From behind, there is a to your etheric senses as he centers himself in an etheric bubble where he can't sense or feel or hear anything. So all of the nonsense of the ridiculous captain and their ridiculous princess cannot come through.
It's the equivalent of like slamming a door.
It's his equivalent, and
And
everyone with
I
any
think that's to be born.
etheric sense on the ship will feel that.
Word slam.
Don't disturb me when I'm in my room.
So overdramatic.
And he says, well, he is from Safri. You know what they're like. They prefer to sit in their palaces. They don't like to come out and play. He says, they don't realize that this is our playground. This is where we rule. And he looks out towards the sea. Although it was rather big. He says, another day.
Another day.
Maybe when we have nets.
Big ones.
Very. He says, we could maybe use the humans as bait.
Yeah.
Since they seem to have attracted the thing.
I can see why that would be a good plan.
I had not considered the presence that they have and how much it would draw this sort of entity. Next time we're on a hunt, it would be useful to have some of them on the prow.
They make good pets.
Have we just invented like ship mass?
No. So much health to be slacking on.
It's like evil elf Titanic.
She will turn, pat Peter on the head, walk back in.
You're welcome, Your Highness.
We must discuss our next steps in Rexfield.
And he looks around and says, careful, you might get an infection.
Oh, this one's being cleansed.
Yeah, I got that one. Fair.
I ain't got no lice.
Syphilis.
Nothing is strong enough to infect me, an elf.
There's not going to be any other major encounters, right?
Yeah.
Dice of Doom. And I'm rolling one also.
All right, so we all do
Oh.
I got a 10.
I
One.
got a 7.
I also got a 10.
6.
Has anyone got a fortune point to knock that one down?
Yes.
Did you say that we
Excellent.
can use the luck for somebody else?
No.
No,
Oh,
the
that's only
special
with the
luck
special
we
ones
might
that you
get
might
at
get.
the
Oh,
end
we
of
might
the
get
session.
this
Yeah.
for.
I can though, yeah.
Yeah, you can't. So that means
We're fine.
the journey to Barak
Uh-oh.
Var.
Someone else rolled a 9, no?
No?
No.
No.
Oh.
7.
No. Yeah, we're good.
We're all good.
The journey to Barak Var is not uneventful,
very
but it's not dangerous. And that you are no longer in any physical, or hopefully spiritual, or indeed any other danger. We do encounter more than one ship. This is a primary trade route that you're on. And your ship moves about twice the speed of any of the other ones, approximately. When it's moving at full clip, which it is obviously trying to do, and they are slaves to the current wind, stuck to tack along with whatever the gods give them. The elves do not have this problem. They're constantly able to, with a rolling cycle of different wizards, mages, able to summon up spirits to keep their sails full. The lore master is not called because he's not needed. He's only needed when they're going super fast. He, however, has no desire to help this captain and this woman at all unless called upon for official business. And going super fast is not on the cards right now. He has a tightly worded conversation with you, which can be summed up with no. We do pass several trading vessels. As we move around the Estalian coast, there's several Estalian man of war sitting not far from one of their great cities. They send up flags that you're going by of peace. Don't attack us, please. As they hug the coast, you are within your right to sink any vessel that hits the high sea. Any vessel that hits the high sea. If any vessel moves out of sight from the coast, they're basically open to targets by the High Elves, and they often do. They are all within sight of the coast, so you'd be not breaking treaties because they're not worth treaty in most cases, but you would be attacking a vessel you didn't necessarily need to, and unless you need sport for the day, nah, you've got business.
Maybe on the way back.
Quite. As you don't tack your way around and just speed past Estalia, across the open sea,
The others won't go the land way.
to the south of...
Yeah, we're coming back the slow way.
Yeah, quite. To the south of Tilia. Most of the Tilian Sea has most of its vessels, again, clogging round the coast. But you go across the high sea in the middle. And in the high sea, you are very briefly, not attacked, but perhaps harried by harpies that are quite deep into sea for, again, reasons that seem unlikely. It's enough for the lore master to come out, take some notes that harpies have been seen, draw one of them, and go back down beneath decks again when you pass by. He doesn't need them to be closer than about 400, 500 paces away for him to get a good, accurate drawing of what they look like. Because he's a bullshit elf with really good eyesight. And the ship goes round it twice because the reason that they got the lore master involved is because he's doing a zoological expedition. It's why he's with you. He's already got bored of drawing humans. He's drawn too many of them. He's been stuck in that port for too long. But out here, he's got some other animals that he can get a good drawing on. And yes, he's drawn you.
I knew that was coming.
I offer to pose for him with my massive curls.
Well, yeah, he'll take that.
He doesn't have enough orange pencils.
No.
Nobody does.
I break mop.
We pass by the southern coast of Tilia and then eventually make your way up the Great Black Peninsula towards Barak Var. And this is where you are challenged by the first Dwarven vessel. A big dreadnought. Significantly longer than your vessel. And metal. End to end. With a mighty paddle at the back of it. It's got flags up. One of which says, in Kazalid, fuck off Elgi. Very much.
They're a welcoming bunch.
As the captain says, we should put up flags of peace.
Okay, well.
As flags are raised and they drag to a halt. And we have about an hour of flag conversation between this large dreadnought that just sits there doing nothing with all of its cannon trained towards the Eagle ship. And then in turn, they do, and they're all dwarves on the other side with their eyeglasses, and the elves just looking on their side.
Bowley will stand at the prow with his clan token.
Lovely. That is enough for their flags to go up saying, you can pass.
Do we have a peace, like a peace flag, but it says in Athrine, kindly fuck off?
No.
Okay.
No.
You make a little note.
Must add.
Ironic peace flag.
As you then move slowly, because they've told you not to move too quickly. You know why? Makes you an easier target. This makes all of the elves feel antsy. They are working underneath the natural wind. No magic. Natural wind.
At least maybe you'll feel a bit better.
And it's surprisingly slow by comparison.
How many days have we been aboard?
Just 4.
Thank you.
Just 4. As you make your way slowly into Barak Var. You arrive in Barak Var in the late evening. The sun has set. The port itself is a great cave with layer upon layer upon layer of Dwarven. From your perspective, let's just call them carvings. But from your perspective, seawalls. It's quite clear what they're doing here. They're channeling the attack up through the port and how it may be moved through. It's for a big open space, probably the best that they could do, because it is a big open space. It has so many cannon here, and a surprising number of flame cannon. When you consider what might be attacking this place, perhaps not as surprising as you might think.
Yeah, boats notoriously flammable.
Indeed. Dwarf boats, not notoriously flammable.
No, but
Dwarfs aren't going to be attacking dwarves, are they?
They also naturally float better because dwarves are on them.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
they're made of metal, which famously floats well.
Yeah.
As it slowly comes in. They have great barrels and marked on the side of them are runes clearly marking danger for the oils that are held in them. And the flame cannons, as far as you can tell, are designed to just basically pour oil into the water and set it alight. They're not gouts of flame. They don't need to be. They're just designed to pour oil onto the water and set the entire port alight. All the dwarf ships just sail through that with no problems at all. All the stone walls aren't affected in the slightest. You can see what their plan is here. It's a pretty effective fire defense. It looks practical.
And that also might be good if that Leviathan is still following us.
Quite. The natural caves in many areas are sunk back with great dwarven carvings of, you presume, previous kings and queens.
Is there rune scripts describing it?
There's not. Most of it's worn away by time. It's just big, huge, often dwarf-shaped carvings now, because a lot of them are old.
Right.
And they've been here for a long time. Your job, as you know, is to definitely avoid as many of those as possible.
Find the rune master. Or
Lore master.
Yeah.
There is already a delegation waiting for you. 20 dwarves. 2 columns of 10, headed by another dwarf whose beard hits the ground, goes behind him, and is held up by 2 dwarven children to either side, who carry it by the big golden lock that's holding it in place. A proper long beard. A man worthy of respect.
But slow.
Very possibly. As he shuffles forward, the elves look down with a significant amount of disdain. They have no idea how they're going to be received here. The dwarves, in turn, have no idea why an elf vessel has requested access and why there's a dwarf aboard. The obvious answer is that you're an ambassador that has somehow come over from maybe the land of the elves or something similar.
He isn't
So-
a
Clan symbol they would have known
quite.
right away.
Yeah.
So they, on their side, are clearly sending an ambassador in kind, which is kind of what you would hope for, because if you're lucky, it will be someone connected to one of the lore masters, because they'll be looking to understand. He comes forward and he calls out, in Gazlet, of course. I am Ingmar, Balruk's son of Balruk, son of Balruk, son of Balruk, son of Balruk, son of Balruk. He says, who are you being here at this hour?
Hail Ingmar, son of Balrog, son of Balrog, son of Balrog, son of Balrog, son of Balrog. Son of Balrog.
A little nudge from the halfling.
I am Boli Griefwing, son of, and he'll know his clan.
Yeah, totally.
Hailing from Karak Kadrin. I'm here to speak with one of your lore masters. It is of importance that it is swift.
He turns to his side and he says, Give me the scroll, please. The kid puts down the beard gently and takes out the scroll case, pops off the top, and pulls out a scroll, passes it over. And thus starts the reading of the scroll of welcome for Karak Kadrin.
Nice. Oh, so polite. Oh.
Mhm.
I've asked for, I'm almost sitting at this point.
Just get on the shape.
Brilliant.
Each one of these is 15 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Each one of those movements of your hands. Does it list every discussion they've had in the past?
You
Every
can't do
person that's been...
communication.
Yeah.
There is no pauses for him. As he goes, you half expected this, is what you were hoping to avoid.
Had you pre-warned us to we before this began?
The pre-warning was, let me handle it.
Yeah, totally.
It was also, it's going to take a very long time. So
It might not.
If we can go to the
It could,
Yeah.
I mean, this,
Yeah.
so far, this is normal.
This is quite quick, right?
Yeah.
As he reaches the
6
end of the
hours.
scroll, having, after some 9 hours worth of presentation, explained the entire history of the connection between your family and the hold of Barak Var, the great naval capital of the dwarves. And it took a long time because your family has been involved with many wars in which both sides have greatly contributed towards. And the honour that Barak Var must show to the noble line is not to be passed over.
I'm sorry, you may have said this to me before the stream. Even though he's walked away from his hold.
Yes. No, he hasn't walked away from his hold. He's just no longer in his hold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he hasn't relinquished, like, he is now the head of his clan, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what's what. And this is what he was... It could get worse. It could get worse. If the king summons him, we're going to be here for weeks. If the king summons him. Which you need to get your intent in the second he lets you.
Has he had a chance?
Okay, as he reaches the bottom and he finishes his complete statement concerning his hold and your noble clan.
Mm-hmm.
And then he draws breath, and you know this is the point where you can, if you wish, interject, because by doing so, you being a noble, you can state your intent.
Yeah. It is well to see Barak Var remembers the ties that hold us so strongly together. However, brother, I did say what I need is of haste, and as you can see, my present company leaves a lot to be desired. The quicker I speak to the lore master, the quicker Elgie's the term he's used all the time.
They are Elgie.
He's not trying to be subtle. The quicker these Elgie go, everyone's happier. I must insist that it's quick.
Well, your bloodline has been very honourable in past, he says.
And we remain honourable to this day.
Record the request and say that he brought with him. I know a boatload of bloody Elgie. It says, records it at bottom, looks at you. Says, well, I will ask if Lawmaster will see you. He says, by honour of my family. He says, although I will say, young man, your ancestors would not be proud of you this day. He says, as he goes off shaking
challenge
his
him to a duel.
You can't surely out a challenge. As he goes, no, you're not worthy.
I am a royal line. Noble line.
Get the correct one.
Yeah.
So he just keeps on walking off. And the other dwarves sitting there looking uncomfortable.
Remember haste.
This is haste.
It might be a hasty way to get kicked out.
He's left.
He goes off. You've done your thing. You said, I challenge it. It's the important thing. You've got to challenge.
Raven. No.
Don't tell Ali or she will take it.
As the captain says, they haven't opened fire, so I think we've done rather well.
Yes.
No thanks to our behaviour.
He will relay. They had to read all of the history of my clan and this city. He has, I believe, gone to fetch the lore master. However, he did insult me and my honor for the company that I keep, and I challenged him to a duel. He has refused the duel, but I will challenge him when he comes back again.
Despicable.
The lore master,
Really know how to
it turns out,
don't you, Peter?
is willing to meet with you and, in quotations, your and space guests. So, what does that mean to you? Who are you taking into the lore master?
Peter has got to come. The five ghosts.
The
have to
ghosts.
come.
The ghosts have to come.
That
And
makes
I
sense.
think I would suggest you bring 2 of your guard. That seems about right. You've got flankers, basically.
Can I bring my chair?
No. There's chairs. There's benches. Comfortable stone. Good
The Lore
stone.
Master is deep within the hold. And in terms of time to be escorted there, it takes about 2 hours.
You have short
well.
legs,
I
okay?
thought you were talking about the lore master on the boat
No.
in the hold.
No, it's a Dwarf Lore Master this time.
In a different
And
kind of
it's
hold.
confusing. There's 2 lore masters and 2 holds.
Yeah, so you can
In our
see why it
defense.
was confusing.
I
I was
can
like,
see why.
how deep is this boat?
How deep is this boat?
And if it was on the boat the whole time, why did we go sailing?
Just
The
for the
dwarf-
experience.
The dwarf corridors are more than large enough to accommodate elves. Indeed, many of these early entrance halls were built to accommodate elven, ambassadorial, and sometimes entire communities that at the beginning of some of the holds were in place. That is now ancient history. There are, however, others here. It's not simply dwarves living within the dwarf hold, particularly here at the early trading points. In your initial walkthrough, you pass by a fair number of humans, most of them southern from Tilia, Estalia, the border princes and around, and even some from Araby, many of which are hawking their wares to the side as you pass through the main market and then head down into the holds itself. You are taken through a host of side tunnels rather than the core routes in, largely to ensure that your presence doesn't offend. However, it is certainly not far enough away to ensure that you're not seen. A bunch of dwarves are sitting there just watching as you go by. Most of them watching the elf. Just watching as they go by. Several do indeed spit. Many of them just call out, "A filthy, treacherous ogre, come fuck off back to their island home."
But in
in a language you can't understand.
Not an L3.
Not an Eltharine.
And he told you spitting is for good luck. So
Yeah.
actually blessing your your passage.
Yeah, we're so lucky.
Yeah, you're not stupid.
So
I feel so lucky.
Boley, he's not glaring at the dwarves because it's not a besmirchment to him.
No, it's
really.
not the slightest.
But he still is making eye contact with them and almost
Yeah,
like,
because they're your guest.
yeah.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah.
It's interesting because you're a noble, and it's enough that some of the dwarves start off, and you can see they're about to go. You give them a look, and they're like,
Plus his keep is pretty feared in our
"Yeah, well,
Not
feared.
feared.
Cadron.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's known."
yeah.
Quite. And very recently was at war. A war that you were involved in directly. You were leading men at the front of it. You've got a name that has been heard down through the halls of the Karakankor. Or indeed, in Dwarf Lords, the comic, if you ever go read Warhammer Monthly, because that's where the character's from. But, by the by, except in Dwarf Lords, he's got a big white beard, because he's much older.
It's just great.
Origin story.
Yeah, good. Oh, origin. Yeah, exactly. Many of them just shut up. None challenge, which surprises you.
Weak clan.
There's a part of you that's actually pretty disappointed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that not one of them have called out to effectively kick the elf out or to challenge you for daring to bring him in. How is this not being challenged?
Mixing with humans.
Yeah, this-
soften them.
This would not be the case up in Carrick Cadron. They wouldn't even got this far. It would have been a plain no. The king himself would have probably come out because he almost can't help himself. Just an excuse to start spitting invectives at the elf. The fact that the king hasn't come out has also slightly disappointed you. There's a part of you that wanted to have a good Barney. I mean, you couldn't attack the big fish. They all did.
I shot him.
Yeah, quite. In the
I shot
eye.
him and then his head exploded. That's how I remember it.
No, that was my fault.
Until eventually you're taken into a great hall that is filled with row after row after row of books. The lore master here is an elderly dwarf who's entirely bald on top with a big long moustache which hangs right down, is tied at his back, and then flows for about 5 feet behind him.
Oh, wow.
I didn't actually know dwarves could be bald.
Yes, they can. Indeed, there are some rather famous miniatures with Troll Slayer hairpieces. Actually hilarious. His white beard is bound in several places and looks almost as fine as silk. And again, drifts into a rather dirty beard at the back as it trails behind him. He comes forward and he goes, "Oh, I've heard of you." He says, "Well, at least I've heard of your ancestors." He
Honourable people.
He says, "My great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother married yours." He says, "We're kin." He puts his hand and shakes. He says, "My name will have made sure you came in, even though you came in with Ulga scum."
I know.
He says, "What's its name?"
Allah Ethor.
"What house?" You don't actually know.
The Phoenix something.
And then it turns round and an Eltharine says, "What's thy house, lass?"
I am Allah Ethor Starstrive. Off. What would
It's in your background at the bottom, I think.
It says third daughter of the Phoenix in Quinobar.
Oh, well, whatever. You see your house name.
Yes, my house name.
Sounds good. As he goes, "I met your father." He says, "They were all right. They brought me wine, and it were grand." And he says, "What brings you all the way down here, Northman?"
Cypress from
Dwarf.
A question of something I believe that was forged here a long time ago.
It might be in records. If it is, I'll see you through.
It's a name.
You're kin, after all.
Thank you. It's a name, but the runes were broken. Now, would he be able to draw the runes?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So rather than him kind of guess, it was like he's going to draw as best as he can.
And
I believe this was the artificer.
Candles all round. And he brings out a small candle. He squints at it with a pair of glasses over his eyes. And he says, "Right, so...
Wolf.
And you believe... And where was this found on, now?"
It was found on a weapon in Nuln.
What sort of weapon? Was it a runic weapon? Are we talking a rune master?
A powerful runic weapon.
A runic weapon?
Yeah.
And he looks down at it. "Oh, I am concerned that you are into business you probably shouldn't be."
It's Ungi business, so probably.
"My lord," he says, "I will see what I can find, but if my memory is not betraying me, this is trouble."
There's trouble.
He says.
That is what I am here.
He pops over and says, "Yeah, Barak," he says, "get them some wine." In Castellid, obviously, as he says, "Well, which wine should we go for, Lawmaster?" He says, "Oh, bring some of that king's stuff. You know, it's grand. Serve them some of that, although don't give it to the Umge. It'll kill them. Just give them some... No, that'll kill them too. Or just go get something from market. Go buy something from market. Something rubbish," he says. He goes off.
He's had dwarf ale before.
He
He
says,
could have ale. We've drank a cask.
"You bring him the dwarf." He says, "You bring him dwarf."
Okay, just making sure I know what it is I'm going to be drinking.
Is Castellid an old world language?
No. Yeah, doesn't count as languages, you know. As he goes off. And indeed, you are wined, if not dined, or beard, if you prefer, for a good 2 hours while he's having a good poke around his older records.
He has relayed he doesn't know exactly, but he believes this is trouble.
It is shallow business.
It is
A shady.
not good. Another ghost special.
Yes, well, I mean, if it were good, we wouldn't be
So, who's drinking elven wine?
Sure. Do I drink wine?
You don't.
No, not me.
Who's drinking the elven wine?
I'm assuming I've got a decent constitution.
Yeah, of
for
course
all
you do.
comestibles.
Halflings are pretty much capable of eating everything. So
I'll try
the
everything
answer is
then.
yes.
The best one you've ever had
so
in your life.
drinking that, it is indeed the good stuff, and it is an endurance test. Please, difficulty of 3. For you, it's an endurance test, difficulty 0. Wow.
Pished.
6 successes.
Exactly. That's 7 successes.
That's good enough. Okay, you're feeling the buzz.
We're enjoying
Okay, who is drinking the dwarf stuff?
But very carefully and very minimally.
Yeah, this is a far thicker brew, and I do mean thicker.
You'll have a
It's
couple
a
of
lovely
spoonfuls.
lovely foam, and if you did spoon it, it would fall out like syrup. So thick is this beer.
He's literally just going to sip a little bit for politeness'
okay,
sake.
so in your case, it's test difficulty 0. Okay, in your case, it's difficulty 6. Endurance.
Okay, but
I'm aware.
Wow.
6 successes.
6 successes, lovely.
You only
Well, I mean,
have 62.
But if I start feeling that it's affecting him, he'll stop.
Take your test
let's
anyway.
see
See how it
that
goes.
I mean, am I chill?
We're taking your time with it.
Still a fail. Only just a fail. But yeah.
The worst thing is,
Don't embarrass
it's
me,
actually
Peter.
really good. That's the worst part.
You could slap it out of my hand, I suppose. No more for you.
And he's got the froth over his face. And then he takes a slug of it, it sort of goes down his throat, and it hits, and it's like, ooh, what a nice little burn to the cheek. Okay, as you sit there.
You're my best friend.
It's possibly a bit too much, but you can't refuse the hospitality.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be rude.
It is in
Rude
fact
for me not
rude
to drink
not
more.
to. And you can
That's
see
fine, isn't it? But
the dwarf who's been set, who brought over is literally watching like this.
This is very
Drinking.
good.
Aye, it is that lad.
Hang on. And he'll
As he-
attempt to say it's very good
as-
Cazalet. He will succeed.
As he takes a big swig, as if you should try that.
I attempt a cool
I'll
test.
put- no.
I attempt a cool test.
I'll put my hand over your
I failed
hand.
my cool test.
No,
Oh, go on, let him.
he can pace himself.
The lore master.
Whereas I'll skull it. Like,
He returns and he says, "You need to come through to read in room."
just me. Right. I'll be back.
And he goes through.
Don't drink any more of that ale. Skulls it.
Takes it with him. Go on.
I'd stick to the
Don't know
wine
the next
if
time
I
I'll
were
be in a hold, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'd stick to the wine if I were you.
I'm just going to have a little sit down.
Right, you listen to me. He says, "'Cause we're kin, I will tell you what I'm going to tell you. If you had not been kin, I'd have told you to leave and ask your king to request this. This was only to be spoken, never to be recorded. You understand me?
Wow.
Do you understand me?"
I understand.
He was a rune master. I don't know what he did, but he was exiled from Old. He were here. He was head of guild. And then he were exiled. No record why.
He took the oath? Or.
There is no record.
Oh.
However, he says, I can tell you one thing. I know where he went.
North.
North. He says, workshop. He built himself a workshop. Near the world's edge, not far away from Blackfire Pass. So if you want to know anything to do with him and what he did, that's where you'll find it. You won't find it here. But I'm telling you now, if he were exiled, you don't want naught to do with this lad. I did not tell you this, you understand?
No, I understand. Judy, however.
You would not be here with your crew if you didn't have to be, which is why I am telling you now. But what has been said does not get,
No, it doesn't come back here.
and it never hits any record.
Mhm.
You understand me? Never.
I am sure of it.
His name is no longer recorded in our hold records. I have it in the... We have it in some chronicles. I don't know what he did, but whatever he did was bad.
Hmm.
His kin will not speak his name.
From
That
a
means
from a
back.
dwarf lore perspective,
Yep.
that this would be exceedingly rare. This would be potentially
Yeah.
the likes of fallen dwarves
A
that would be struck from the clan. Because like Slayers are just not acknowledged, right? They lose their family tie, but they're still in dwarf society.
Yeah,
but to be exiled is
not good.
Yeah.
It says, and he's kin to you and me as well.
Hmm. What was his name? Wolf.
I do not want to share it. He says,
Okay.
I do not want to even speak it. Because then I can never say I never spoke his
No,
name.
okay. But the runes were close.
You head into Blackfire Pass. Pass Eigelberg, the great mountain where the Ungi gather. It says, past that, walk for 1 day, and you will see a pass on the right of the main pass. Gorse everywhere. That marks the pass. You head into there for about a day, and that's where he held his workshop. But it was some time ago.
Hmm.
By my record, maybe 2,000, 3,000 years back.
Could be overrun. Greenskins.
There could be anything there.
Hmm. Well, back on the ship.
If you're going north, the ship won't do you no good.
But to leave here.
And as he comes out, there weren't out there. You're as well to leave. He says, it were good to meet kin. I wish it were under better circumstances.
Yeah,
As
and it
he
was
adjusts
good,
his spectacles. Escort them out!
good to spend time in the hold. Appreciate the hospitality. Sorry to have wasted your time.
Apparently, it's a big waste of time. As you arrive back on the Eagle ship.
As soon as we're away from the dwarves, she's full on crying. And she said, he's just so cute and he's drunk and I can't hug him. I might catch my death. But he's so cute.
Please, I hope this
Is
is all
this
an
an
L3.
Yeah, it's all Elfreen.
Oh crap! I understood that.
As you slightly stagger up there. Oh,
What's she saying?
Nothing. I
Oh,
don't know.
She seems very upset.
No idea.
Maybe she is crying because of the history these people had together and it is all lost. They hate each other now.
Or
That
the
is sad.
fact that it was apparently a waste of time.
Peter, we need to go to Blackfire Pass.
So not a waste of time.
We need to go to Blackfire Pass.
Right.
This is where our answers will be found.
Can I attempt a navigation test to work out the best way to get to Black
this
Fire?
is super easy because the Border Princes, you're in the center of the Border Princes where a big dagger of a peninsula moves into it. And then Blackfire Pass is just north of it.
So we're
It's
going by
basically
land, really.
by land across the Varenka Hills. That is what the hold here is built into. Across the Varenka Hills, then by land up to Blackfire Pass, and in many respects, back to the Empire. You're as well to tell the Eagle ship to leave.
Yeah.
And yeah.
We'll relay that to the princess.
Oh, it means you'll be away from them. Yes.
And I'm walking.
I mean, oh, terrible. You get to see new land.
Immediately she just brightens up. Brilliant. Yes. You get to go? Right now? Shall we get our bags? Yes.
Sure.
Let us get our bags.
We must go.
Okay.
Do you? Oh, but you have very small legs. But perhaps a carriage or a coach to get your little legs on a little carriage, so that you don't get too
I
tired.
don't think I'm the only one that's drunk.
I have strong legs,
Yes.
although they are small.
But are we going to be following like a road?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can.
I mean, there won't be regular coaches, but
It's unlikely
Yeah.
there's but this part of the Border Princes is relatively civilized. You've rarely been down here. You don't know.
Well,
Barak Var is well connected. Though.
is there like a little, without having to go into the dwarf part of the hold? Can you?
Yeah, but you can go
talk to
out
the
and around,
humans?
and yes.
Yeah.
I have,
Right.
like,
Well,
lore in
let
this
me
part
let me
of
go
the
and
world.
see
Yes,
what
you
I can
do.
find
Do
out.
yourself a test.
Let me go and see what I
Lore
can
in
find
this
out.
world.
Can I go do a gossip test to find out routes of transport and whatnot?
2 successes.
She already knows how to get up there if you wish, without having to go and mix with dwarves while slightly drunk.
Where is Caravan Guard?
Yeah, there are frequent caravans leading into and out of Barak Var, but you need to be on the other side, which means coming out, probably going, landing somewhere on the outside of the city, and then just hiking out, and then hopefully moving off with others.
As we hike, are there any goats in the fields?
There very well may be, but you're not there yet.
Oh, okay. Just tell me when.
I shall.
What are you wanting to do?
It's really important.
Okay.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Sure. And can I leave without taking anyone with
You
me?
absolutely can. They have to do what you say.
Yes, yeah.
Indeed, you frequently do. It's one of the reasons you like running away with Peter, because it really upsets everybody, and you have your freedom to do whatever you wish.
I must
the
away.
Lordmaster come with us.
Can draw a goat.
The lore master's attached to the ship.
Shame.
But think about it, if he's on a zoological expedition, think what he'll see with us if we travel through the Border Princes.
Again, attached to the ship, which
Also,
really upsets him.
And Jenny will say, "We do not want him with us. If we are to find out something."
Absolutely joking.
Oh, right.
So, are we going to hike around and then see if there's any caravans to attach ourselves to?
We're going to need food. I'm not going anywhere without a good old picnic.
Well, I imagine the caravan will be travelling with them.
I'm holding you to
We'll
that,
make sure.
Peter.
The
I
weather
would never let you go hungry, lady.
is not
You've said that
great.
before.
Clouds rolling in, but it's not raining. It'll be fine. We land on the other side. Get around to the front. There's a big sprawling market here that's mostly humans. A town outside of the main dwarven city where all the humans have gathered, as close to the hold as the dwarves will allow, but simultaneously far enough away that it doesn't get into dwarf business. As far as they're concerned, the Varenka Hills are theirs. And a quick day's hike will take you around most of those into the foothills to the north. And there's a surprisingly large community of humans. Almost all humans. There's a few halflings here as well, because they pretty much are ubiquitous. They get everywhere. There are no elves. And assuming that we don't dice and doom ourselves into a bad position, then yes, we will be.
Nothing.
8.
I may have rolled an 8.
But that's okay.
5.
If no one else
5.
has 4.
Do either of you have a fortune point?
I
I
do.
do.
Excellent. I've only got one left.
So you need to go to 6.
I'll go to 6.
I have more.
What
so
did you
Okay.
roll, Sage?
Yeah, we both rolled
4, so I'll move to
With
3.
I'll go to
4,
6.
5, 6, 8. Yeah.
I will then put it down to a nice, just simple charm test from the leader of our group to ensure that we get ourselves a good set of folks.
10 successes.
Alamanowith question. Are
Alamanowith.
humans animals to dwarfs? Because my charm animal is very good.
No.
Who's a good boy?
Come
Who
here,
wants a little
little
tickle?
There are
Do you like belly
indeed,
rubs?
there are indeed many a goat here as well.
Okay.
Can I assist?
Cool, awesome. So I rolled a success for my lore goats test. So it's on my character sheet, and I've tasked myself with using it. I will share an interesting fact about the goats that are surrounded by
The
us.
goats around here are mountain goats. And what you find most interesting is that the goats that are being sold here are almost certainly far smaller than the goats that are in the Varenka Hills.
Free range
Okay.
goats grow bigger.
And it's quite clear that the Umgi have been given only the weaker stock, and that the dwarves have held back the far better stock. But yeah, these are the runts. effectively.
He's doing this to get over the whole mental anguish of one of his kin has fallen.
We
So-
thought they make good cheese.
Aye.
The journey from Barak Var up to Blackfire Pass. It will take some time. We are going to be assuming that the weather holds and that we get decent, well, help along the way, occasional cart, the occasional walk. It's going to take a couple of weeks.
Bandits.
And we very well might get into trouble. Particularly because there are some folks out there that are looking to cause you trouble.
Oh.
Can we please have the dice of doom roll?
2,
9.
1.
4.
8.
148.
8. 8.
You could change.
Oh, I rolled a 1. Excuse me for being slightly disappointed.
Please.
But it appears your decision to hole yourself up with an existing merchant train was wise.
You're welcome.
Was it your idea?
Of course it was. It was a
dare
clever
you.
idea.
You're right.
You're in a position where if you wish, you will easily be able to feed, if you wish to do so.
Yes, please.
So do yourself a quick charm test for that.
Don't fumble it.
11 successes.
Yeah, that'll give you your 10 blood points back. Sweet.
Let me see that neck real quick, bro.
One person is going to be feeling a little bit weak. But the journey is uneventful. Our merchant train, a set of traders who often make the route down to Barak Var from Averland in the north, trading Dwarven goods and taking them back up into the Empire, are an almost consistent circle, moving from one to the other, and are well known on both sides. They have a mercenary group of some 50 soldiers that come along with them. And for coin, which you have more than plenty of, they are more than willing to make space because coin is their life. And they take the coin, they don't care who you are, and you get a pretty safe journey up. We even get to have a couple of nice rests in a few inns as we make our way along the road until eventually we arrive at the great, huge cut into the World's Edge Mountain, well, the Grey Mountains in the south, into it that is Blackfire Pass. It's miles across as it reaches up into the mountains themselves. And these mountains are big. One of the big mistakes is often thinking of the old world like it's Europe. It isn't. It's much bigger than Europe. And its primary spine of mountains, the World's Edge, are bigger than the Himalayas. They're huge. And as we go around the world to their equivalent of the Himalayas, they're proper titanic mountains of enormous size. And these are huge mountains that span off into the glacier-filled heavens ahead of you. And as you make your way up into the pass, it just gets colder and colder and colder. This crew that you're with are making their way right through the pass. So it's an easy run with them until eventually you reach the place where hopefully you're going to get off, which apparently is a pass off to the right-hand side, covered in gorse, should be easy to spot. And as it turns out, the caravan leader, whom you now know quite well, his name is Gorg. Gorg, when you say we're going to be leaving soon, says, "You'll be leaving now soon now." He says, "And what is it you're looking for?"
Just, a little expedition, a little jaunt,
No, what is it you're looking for? You'll never find anything. The snows. Oh, shit.
Shit. Well, there's like a pass to the right with like lots of gorse, apparently.
I know the one. He says, "You don't want to go there."
We do.
He says, "Well, a drink." He says, "It'll be the last we share and the last you have."
What have you heard about this place?
No one comes back.
Oh, maybe.
Adventurers of all sorts come around here. He says they're all looking for old lost treasures. He says, I buy a lot of them when they eventually come out the mountains, but they don't come back from there.
Cheers. So, maybe attempt a gossip test to try and kind of a charm test to try and get some of their guards to come with us, or bribe some of them to. No. Okay.
No, this mission is top secret.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's that's the whole point.
Bowley is like actually against bringing more people than have to be.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
So
what are you
long-
going to find there?
So long as we go at night.
Well, find the path in the day. Because finding a snowed over path's going to be a lot harder at night, right?
I'm gonna walk behind you.
Oh, well, actually, I see quite well.
Yeah, you do.
You imagine see quite
Yeah.
better.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, you've got a day's travel to have through the mountain, according to the information you've had. So it makes sense. It's probably better traveling during the day than night because there's going to be less gribblies
So then we
likely to
might get
come
there
out.
at night. Perfect.
Yeah,
It is
that would be
Perfect.
perfect. Set off in the morning and then
Bon.
arrive there in the
Bon.
evening.
genial.
Sounds good. Alrighty. So again, do we do well here? I would like a navigation test from whoever is leading the expedition in terms of the navigation.
I'm pretty good at navigation.
Mine's
Yeah.
92.
Are you leading it though? Would it be
What's
me?
your navigation?
Well, I can assist.
91, but with +3 on it.
Seems excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
50
Yeah,
but
you-
plus 2.
Yeah, but you trust his head.
Mine's,
Yeah, that seems fair.
mine's 92 plus 2, so I can assist.
Yeah. Perfect. 3 successes. Well, it's whoever gets more successes, isn't it?
And then
If
the
you're
other
assisting.
person
So we can all do it.
One success or 3
no,
successes.
Not
Yeah.
letting everyone do it.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not doing
so,
it. You
okay.
do
So
you
4
instead.
successes either way. We both got
Okay.
3 successes, so
Yeah.
4.
You eventually are dropped off by him who waves you off, and a couple of the horsemen looking over with just shakes of their head as you crump off the relatively shallow snow. And yeah, you wouldn't have spotted any yellow gorse. It's all covered in the snow. As you move off into the snowy morning, your breath misting in the early light. This apparently is leading towards a pass. There's an awful lot of wending through bushes, finding out that it goes to a dead end and having to go back out because it's not a proper trail.
And can I do a track test to see if anyone else has been this way? I mean, it'd be pretty obvious, right?
You don't need to do a track
No,
test.
no,
There's
but
literally nothing.
A track. Oh, so there
It's-
isn't
it's
anything.
snow.
Not
Yeah,
even
there's-
animals.
It's dead snow. Yeah, totally. There's nothing here.
Okay.
So I've got, like, lower locals.
Yeah, it's all locals.
So can I do
All
a
locals
lower
of the
local
old
for Blackfire Pass?
Yes, you can.
Just in case I've heard something about
Yeah,
this
yeah,
pass.
absolutely.
No.
Which says we shouldn't have come this way.
I can probably do the same.
So that's a pass. So that's 3 successes.
3 successes. You know this area is notorious for being haunted.
Haunted.
Yeah, on the other side, so many wars have taken place in this general area, and often the empire is pushed across the mountains, to hold the conflict on the other side. So this side is dangerous. Up into the mountains over towards, if you're looking down out of Blackfire Pass, over towards your right is Heidelberg, a great mountain and a Shalian shrine at the top of it.
So ghosts, apparently. Lots of ghosts around here. That's something to keep an eye on.
How many successes did you get?
My 2.
2. When you were last by here, this area caused the death of 5 people in the night. No one knows what happened. You don't either. They just died in the night screaming.
It might have been nice to have mentioned that sooner.
You didn't realise until you got here.
Well, I
Not Bon.
did not know where we were going until we got here.
Kill all her.
5 dead, screaming.
Thank.
Months.
More.
But then again, ghosts. Maybe that's a good omen.
Just keep your wits.
Oh,
Someone should warn we are coming. Maybe.
Crump, crump, crump through the snow. I would like from our leader there an outdoor survival test, please.
May I assist?
2 successes.
Good. As you crump, 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 until eventually you can see the V of what you think might be the valley you're supposed to be heading into. Between 2 and it drops down into a rivered area. All clogged up with snow. It's hard going. But you think this is probably it. You do as well. It seems to make sense. You went through a small pass, down into a valley. You probably follow this for about a day, and you would presume there will be evidence of whoever it is that was once here. Now, it may be...
Dwarf workshop.
Yeah.
Unsigned.
Yeah, that would be super useful.
Not secret lair.
There is a significant chance that something will go very wrong down in this area. A significant chance. Just for the extra actions.
I'm gonna fuck them up.
We can just sit back and just let you.
I'm pretty sure I'm a beast.
And the first sight of potential issue is around about half an hour worth of going down the snow on the other side. You can see with your rather sharp eyes over in the distance 4 wolves with goblins on their back, moving down the side of the mountain and then bouncing over a half-frozen river that's still gurgling a little bit. Moving off, they stop, they look up in your direction, one of which has got a broken-looking telescope, puts it back down again, and they dart off into the trees on the other side. Where there's 1 goblin, or indeed 4, there's probably 50.
Or indeed 500.
Yeah. So you spotted that, and it'll be enough to point it out for others to see the dark silhouettes on the snow.
I'm assuming they're out of bow range, though.
Well out of bow range.
Hey.
Do you tell?
Yes, trouble's coming.
Oh, I have a grudge against the greenskins.
What?
Anything that's near, they'll die.
I'm not
Crossbow
planning on
first.
getting anywhere
Crossbow
near him.
first. How quickly does he reload his crossbow? by the
3
way?
rounds.
3
Yeah,
rounds?
3 rounds. Yeah. It's a slow one.
That's
Yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah. 3 rounds. Yeah. It's like a bang, raw, crunch.
Well, that makes one of his things absolutely useless.
No. He does have
Furious
3
assault.
rounds in it, though. 1, 2, 3, because you can just go.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a triple crossbow. So, crunk. We make your way down into it. In the distance, you hear a.
I think that's my cue to channel.
Probably too far away. Holding magic for that long almost certainly causes backlash.
Well, I was gonna just ward myself in
That's different.
preparation.
It doesn't last that long. It lasts
yeah,
like
okay.
rounds rather than a long time. So you do it as an immediate response
We'll do it
rather
closer
than
to the time.
as you're making your way down and probably trying to find the most open place you can so you won't get ambushed around a nasty corner. Move down by the main river as you make your way along. It's a relatively tense 4 hours because the horns occasionally blare, but none of them are attacking immediately.
It's a valley, so it's probably hard to triangulate.
Yeah. There's something you are aware of. Goblins tend not to like elves. And not the way that you don't like goblins. They tend to avoid them. And it's very possible that the very tall, slender form of that obvious elf is at least causing some of them to pause.
Do they
Is this
need
worthwhile?
Big boys to push them on, really.
Often.
Yeah.
So it's
Nothing
very...
sneaks up on me, so we'll not have anything attack without me knowing.
I have no idea. We have goblin repellent with us.
Can I have a perception test, please, from everyone? The difficulty is quite high, 9.
Fail.
Oh, crit.
Sweet,
nice.
you might do it.
Nothing does sneak up on you.
Yes. 11 successes with a crit.
9 successes.
9,
Without a crit.
Just 6.
6, so you didn't, and
4.
4, yeah, you didn't as well. The dwarf, his eyes are ready for
Nothing
this.
sneaks up on the down.
And he crits, which means that you can also respond before spotting. You catch it coming as the across the ridge there, bows go. And you see them, and you can respond before they even go. If you want to whip round and take a shot at them,
Are we
you
talking
can.
within crossbow range?
Oh yeah, I mean they're within their bow range.
Yeah.
You're just gonna whip round, boom!
And shout archers.
Yeah, love it. Oh, take a shot.
He hits him. 2 successes.
That's going to be enough to hit. It's,
Yeah, and
they're
then
half in cover, so it's
18.
-2, so that's 0, but it's still success.
18, 0, so
No,
16.
it'll be 1 because of where they are.
17
You got
wounds.
to drop them 17. Nice. Okay, tonk.
With the first shot.
Yeah, totally. As one goes, you see them, which means that you can respond, and if you wish to duck down or some equivalent. Right, so I am going to fire.
I'm hoping it's closer tonight.
Dusk.
No, it's just past midday. We're barely through the.
They'd attack.
Yeah, because you went off in the morning.
Then
Well,
I'm
they're taking a couple of pot
Yeah.
shots at a
I'm
distance.
very
to see-
much hiding then.
That sounds good. As you're ducking down, a minute. So, wow. It may be, only difficulty 1 for you, but for them it's higher because it's at range, because their bows don't have the same range as yours. So, most of the shots clatter into the stream beside you, into the rocks around you, and I don't even know what's happening over there. Into the rocks around you, one of which clatters into a bush. One hits you for, get this. Are you ready? The person who's not looking at me.
Sorry.
You for, get this, 38 damage. Got a crit in one of them.
What do I
Okay.
get to? Even though
Check
I
your
was in
rules.
cover?
Check your rules.
Is it just normal
Check your
damage?
rules. Yes, it is. Check your
I'll
rules.
just ignore that then.
Yes, you are immune to it. Okay. It just causes a bruise as it hits her. Okay, an arrow hits with enough to go through her arm and just hits and clatters, and the head splinters and breaks as it hits your skin, causing your arm to whip
I
back.
presume they can see. We're like.
Oh yeah, they can see this shit.
Did we get to do anything when he yelled archers?
Can we,
You will respond after because they get their turn first.
Okay.
Oh, I did get one more crit. It's on you as well. Oh, that's really disappointing. that's just taking the piss.
You've got a human, like a human shield.
That would hit you in the
behind
head and shattered for. I'm going to roll the whole crit.
She's
So
so
just so I know
short.
how much that. 66. Sweet. That's literally ridiculous at 48 damage with a plus 11 critical. But you just ignore it. Okay, as it hits you
be so
inside, and the
disappointed.
arrow, the big
Bless.
thick black arrow, just splinters off your head, parts of it shearing off and tangling into the elf's hair.
So, I can take a free action to cause fear, right?
Yeah, you're miles away.
And I'm
though.
really far away.
Yeah.
But on the plus side for me causing fear, I just took an arrow to the head. So to turn around and even scream at them from this distance is probably going to freak them
Yeah,
out.
quite like that. Okay, so you're twisting around, causing fear. You don't need to roll anything for that.
Oh, okay.
There's no roll. You
I
just
thought it
twist
was
around.
an intimidate.
It is intimidate test will be required if you want them to run.
Yeah.
Do your intimidate test as that clatters through. That is ridiculous.
I'm going to spend a fortune.
I mean, really?
Well, I got 97.
Just
I
means you
failed.
fail,
Yeah, I
that's all.
failed my intimidate.
Who cares? They're miles away. It's fair to say that one of them has been knocked out. Their arrows are just shattered off stone. As they duck back down again. Now, you've got a choice. You could pursue after them if you wish, or decide it's not worth the effort.
We've got a mission.
Well done.
Plus, it's a chance to show up the elf because she didn't stay on mission. She jumped right in after that.
Shows you're better than
We've got duty
Wow.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
honor.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
my man.
My dowie.
As you make your way further along, eyes checking around you at all times.
Standing right behind the back.
What's behind if they should pop up on the other side?
But like close enough that I can take cover behind her is what I'm saying.
Because, holy crap.
Did you say thanks, Sigmar, for that? And then she'll just turn on us.
I'm really glad Leopold's not here.
As you make your way down into what is, if you continue down along this valley, into trees. Or you can make your way up the sides if you would rather. Depends on where you think the workshop would be. Up to the right, up to the left, into the
Is
forest.
there visible mountainside, or is it just
Give me a lower stone test.
That's what I
I
was
was
going
just
for.
about
Yeah.
to ask if I could do a lore.
So what's that? I have 2 max. It's 5 successes.
Sweet.
Yeah.
You stop. Put your hand up as you look around. And you have a good think. Where would you go? Where would you I mean, there's going to be natural caves around here.
Imagine down.
Going down that way, there's the trees. It would have obviously been completely different 2,500 years ago, 3,000 years ago. So you imagine this place as it would have been. Everything's up a bit. The water hasn't taken it down as much. You just take a moment to consider where it would all be. These trees wouldn't be there. Trees might be elsewhere. Everything's a bit bigger. So from his perspective, you need to go up. The workshop's going to be up. And if we continue going down into the valley, into the trees, you're going to get ambushed. And if you go move into a higher position, not only are you more likely to move into a position where you might encounter the workshop, but you're also going to be in a higher vantage point to hopefully not be ambushed from the trees. So going around the trees might be better, but it is entirely random. You can't decide whether going to the left or to the right is the better option, because both of them look equally likely to have a good cave to start things off with. A natural stone that would be easily give away to, I mean, if he's by himself, he's not going to be looking to basically make his own hold. He's going to be using the natural stone and its benefit. And both sides look equally good. So it's up to you whether you advise left or right.
Can you do a quick prayer to Grimnir and see if Grimnir could...
That's not how Grimnir works.
Yeah, I know. Like just...
Ancestor gods do not talk.
Would one side compared to the other get more natural light?
Yes, this side would get more natural light. That's to your left, moving ahead.
Do you think he'd want more?
Because the sun would rise up there and move round.
He's only got the light of the forge. If his rune crafting is quite intricate, he probably needs to see. Is that how it works?
Again, this is just... I think dwarves see... So explain dwarf dark vision.
They can't see in the dark.
Pitch. It's dim light.
Dim light they can see. They're like elves. Elves are the same.
So it would be...
light, more light still makes it easier.
Light is always good.
Some light probably would be necessary.
That being the case, then Brad possibly moves things over towards the left.
Thank you, Grimnir.
Slayer god.
That's his keep.
Okay. No, yeah, fair enough. Did you make the right choice? Option number 1. Option number 2. How likely are the goblins to attack you when you take that particular route and you start picking your way up the escarpment on the side there? So, first I'm going to roll for the goblins. They're actually slightly intimidated.
Combat aware, so I do get perception
Yes,
to
you do.
avoid ambushes. That will be 5 successes.
The goblins are not that clever. And by that I mean, you do see them crawling around at the periphery. What they're also not is that brave. They've given it a go. It really didn't work. Clearly, elf magic is at hand. So it appears that they are quite literally scouting you. They're watching what you're doing, keeping at a far range. Occasionally you see a wolf move down across the path with the goblin in the back, literally shitting himself as he goes at full speed over towards the other side to take up a vantage point and watch you from a good almost 3/4 of a mile away with a telescope. They don't want to get close as they see you move into an upper area. Did we go the right way though? So I rolled solo for the goblins. They're literally not going to attack till you get there. That doesn't necessarily mean they're the only ones out there who will attack them. Or no, maybe it does because I rolled a 1. What's wrong with you? Up you go as you make your way along here and you hit what feels like an old goat trail. In fact, it doesn't just feel like one.
Lure goats?
Do yourself lure goats.
Second, that's...
It is. This is a goat trail. Clearly,
use it.
they make their way along the edges here. And he ends up becoming the core guide to make your way along the path. Goats know where you can naturally sure-footedly go. And you've raised goats. You know goats well as you make your way along the edges.
What's so funny about knowing goats, Sage?
They're just all animals, really.
Cross, up, down, and your first rune. It's
beware.
Caught on stone, and it's old. The stone has an overhang, meaning the snow hasn't caught up on the rune itself. It's enough for you to scrape around the snow around it. No other runes, but your first rune. You're not actually sure what it is. What it is a clear marking. It's not a standard rune from the runic alphabet, but it's most certainly a marking.
What's his memory like?
His memory's pretty good.
So does
What's his intelligence?
Yeah, really, really high.
Yeah, really high. Yeah, good. It's great.
Like all my characters. It's basically, does he remember what the runes looked like on Galmaraz?
Give yourself.
I mean, I would have thought we might have written
Intelligence
down the ones that were the...
The core ones, yes.
Hold on and rubbing.
Yeah.
Trying to see if any other skill would be better.
Nice try. Intelligence test, please.
I mean, no. I'm going to use my... No, I'm not going to use my luck point. Not
Yeah,
fair.
you're not sure. As we make our way along, down on the opposite side in the valley, a bunch of birds fly out from the forest. It's enough to cause pause. And more of a pause when you hear a crunching down there and one of the trees goes down.
Oh.
No, that's not good.
That's not true.
Okay. Well, you can't draw because you do. But you're ready just in
I'm
case.
ready.
I think we should hurry along.
Yeah.
We're
And then
going the right way.
And then goblins tearing out of the forest at speed.
Towards
on
us?
wolves. Nope, along the valley where you just came from. 10, 15, 20 of them
Are they
moving
running
at speed.
away?
Ugh.
That sounds...
As another crunch of a tree goes down.
Is that a really big fucking pigeon?
Owl bet.
An
I've
owl,
heard.
yeah.
Wrong game. Also, we might get sued now. Thanks, Sage. It's not open source license.
Let's move. Let's move.
Yes.
Outdoor survival check to figure out what it might be.
Lore beast.
More beasts.
Lore beast.
Has anyone got lore beast?
I've got lore all.
Oh,
Yes,
oh,
you got it.
oh. Is it a really big goat?
No.
2 successes.
2 successes. It's probably... You don't think it's alive.
I was going to say ghosts.
No.
I know.
Possibly worse. A deeply disturbed spirit. Deeply disturbed. It runs down the back of your spine and you can almost feel it. They need to move. You don't need to be thinking about it. You need to
We
move.
need to move so fast. Go, go.
Okay, little legs.
Rapimo.
Rapid.
It is.
Athletics test from everyone, please. Goat trails, pardon me, are not the easiest to navigate. If you have more goats, you can add plus 20 to this roll.
21 successes.
21. You're kidding me.
Sorry, 22.
This is one agile dwarf.
Outdoor survival.
No,
Athletics. Sorry, it's not. That's not correct. You said plus 20 to your skill. I thought plus 20 to your success level. But I said it and we all agreed with it. So 22 success.
12 successes.
Oh,
As I
yes,
say,
you're
nimble.
nimble.
Restless spirit.
8 successes, which is literally as fast as I can go.
Yep.
7.
So the vampire skips ahead and starts dancing off ahead.
Stay close to her.
As she makes her way over towards your first real evidence of actual habitation at some point. Because the goat path moves towards a far more firm path with occasional bits of stone sticking out at regular heights. This used to be cobbled, but almost certainly a long time ago. It takes another, that's a big bottle. It takes another 2 hours down this path before we eventually, well done, before we eventually arrive at an open cave mouth.
I can't cover that up, Adam. You're taking the piss.
That's what it sounds like.
You have to take a pee break.
I'm so glad we're role-playing again. An open cave mouth towards your left-hand side. And on the inside, dwarf runes.
Proper
Right
rooms.
next to
Yes. You can see them clearly. And they're old.
I'm going to look for any secret signs that might be.
Secret signs of what?
All.
Yeah, but what?
I don't know, I've got secret signs all, so I'm going to look for any of the secret
Sounds
signs I
good.
know.
Do yourself a secret signs all test.
I'll look for secret sign court.
Yeah. Woo!
But then,
Secret signs
No,
ranger.
I passed. No courtly secret
That's
signs.
not a bad one.
Secret signs ranger.
Much better. Go for that.
Way.
My maximum
mean,
successes.
There's
One.
also clear dwarven runes I can read, so do all your secret signs you want.
Well, it's in case it warns of anything that the runes don't.
7.
7 successes.
7 successes.
Seriously, that's how many you can get.
I can get as many as 3
Plus.
plus 4.
Plus 4. That's
Wow.
7. Wow. Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
So then
Yeah, I
you've
have
got something.
107 in secret
Yeah.
signs.
Yeah. You good.
One.
You ring.
Yeah. There is a clear and old marking, and it's not in the cave. It's down there.
All right. Okay.
A small pile of stones that's been laid out, and it is interestingly laid out by halflings.
Ah. We've been here before.
No
my
food.
folk. Yes.
Waste of time.
And
Only death.
yeah, death.
Like something in it.
It's a symbol that's clear.
Yeah.
Do not, under any circumstances, go into this place. It translates directly as, if you wanted to put it as foodless,
My folks say
eternally foodless.
Yeah, my folks say this is a very bad place, which suggests we're in the right place.
The runes are graffiti, almost all of them.
Oh.
And they, if I was to sum it all up, and there's a lot of it, there's enough here that you could spend a good couple of hours going from bit to bit to bit to bit to bit.
The gist.
Yeah, and the general gist is madness. Okay, that's a good way to sum it. Some of it's ranting and raving about blood and eyes. Other parts of it are saying, I met my wife here and we lived here for 10,000 years. On the other side, there is no end, there is no beginning. It just goes on forever and ever.
With dwarven runes, I imagine there is like individual writing style.
Yeah.
Are these all seem to be the same?
Oh, no, all
handwriting?
different hands.
These are all different hands.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lots of people went nuts here. Interesting.
Where's the closest hold?
Oh, long way.
Are they the ones here would be lost holds? Are they near Barak Var Pass?
There's quite a few that used to be here, but yeah.
That were
They're gone.
abandoned.
Yeah, I mean, the closest big hold is Bar. Coincidentally enough.
Barak Var, Andy, God.
Although there's a couple
We
of
need a
other
break.
holds.
We need to rest them.
There's a couple of other holds on either side as well, smaller holds. But again, we're distant from
Yeah,
here.
nothing. Okay.
We didn't come all this way to turn around. Are we going?
No, but weapons out. We should be ready for.
It goes down into
Anything?
the darkness.
We need light.
I don't have a torch.
And we will have had the common sense.
I imagine you probably.
Yeah, that's my Mason's
You
kit.
are intending on going down into the darkness.
I've got a Mason's kit, so I can just keep banging it and creating flint. And for every 20 seconds, there'll be a small bit of light.
Or we could like this.
Lantern lit. We're moving down into the darkness. It is a natural cave. And it goes straight for a bit, down, up. You have to push through a bit of a tighter crevasse. It's not that tight. For the elf, it's not tight at all. She just walks through it. For the halfling, it is indeed really rather tight. As you push your way through into an inner area, which again filled with graffiti. And this graffiti is not welcoming. Some of it quite clearly says, turn back. I can't stop. The entire floor appears to be done by the same hand. I can't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop.
Mm-hmm. How old do you think this is?
It's on stone. That's the whole point.
And there wouldn't be much footfall, so there's not much.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it doesn't appear many coming here at all.
It could be.
What really disturbs you
ancient.
is something else. There's no goblin dung.
No movement.
The goblins have not decided to come in here.
I'm so sorry. How long ago did the lore master say that this guy was exiled?
Oh,
Did he
a couple of thousand years ago or so.
He said 2,000 to 3,000 years. He didn't know.
Because
Yeah.
the records have been expunged, so
Yeah.
he's
He's
guessing.
looking for the gap.
I mean,
Time of
interesting.
Sigmar.
And exactly, we probably would have spoken about that on the way up. Is that does put the Battle of Black Fire Pass slap bang in the middle of that?
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, is it possible that the real Galmoraz just doesn't exist, and actually that shady copy was actually what he had all the time, and he got it here.
But no, but it's the Imperial Cross was never on it, at least from what people say, right?
But
Yeah, no, the origin of the Imperial Cross was later.
yeah, but
Could it have been added?
No, they wouldn't. No,
Or it's
I don't think
the
they- I don't
history
think-
wrong.
I don't think humans could.
Of all
impact
people, you know
Galmarad
just how
in
much
that way.
history.
What has history
Would a dwarf
changed?
do it for him?
A dwarf-
History could be wrong.
If Galmarad was made by the dwarf gods, a
They wouldn't
dwarf
mess with it.
runesmith would not add anything, do anything to it.
although if he
So
did,
what are
that
you
might be
saying?
cause for exile.
But what are you saying that?
Maybe that's what he did.
A sudden.
No, the half is wrong.
But then maybe that's what he did.
No, but the runes also do not match.
Yeah, but if the stories are true that the king gave it to Sigmar, then they may have sanctioned changing the half, then that probably wouldn't have been cause for exile.
But that would be recorded.
Then, in Cazelid from the corner.
Well, I'm just shooting this conversation we had on the caravan.
No, we're discussing as we're going in.
We're finishing.
Hold on.
Comes a voice that says, I advise you turn back now. In Cazelid. Enough to cause immediate silence. Perception test from yourself, please.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 successes.
Undead. You can sense it, and it's rebuffing you. You should leave here.
My claws
before
come
you
out.
Can't.
And who is it that warns us so?
Says the man who made this place.
The exile. My kin.
And there's a shift of movement, and then out from the rock comes a dwarf. Around about 4 foot high, a big, long, drifting, almost as if underwater beard. A bald head with runes carved into it that glow white.
Are they
Big.
dwarven runes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Big,
Okay.
big
It's
eyebrows
a design choice.
that poke right
I mean,
up
I'm thinking corny, but
as he comes out shuffling forward slightly. If you are not undead, please do a fear test. That's your cool.
would, in terms of his kin,
I
his
mean, you still have to
clan,
do the test.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's a.
It's a supernatural fear. It's,
Cool,
Yeah,
right?
it's cool. Difficulty's only 2, so
8.
yep. Good.
Where's my code? Yeah.
It's funny if the dwarf
Yeah,
fails and
right.
everyone else passes.
If you fail, you just can't.
You can't
advance.
approach it.
Yeah, I fail.
You failed, so yeah, you're not going to go in near that thing at all.
Yeah.
Okay, as it comes through, and it appears to be holding a staff, but there's no staff there. It's just using it almost as a crutch, although no crutch is evident. As it stops, and it looks sort of through you rather than at you, and not at your eyes, more at your body, and says, "You do not want to have my blood. It is cursed."
It's not about what I want. If your blood is through my clan, I have the blood. And our clan is not cursed.
You are wrong. He says, "I have cursed you."
In what way?
If you want to know, come into my workshop. He says, "I can't leave the workshop."
Lead the way.
Says, and reads on down.
Dwarfs aren't good at semantics, okay?
Legendarily they are. Very literal folk. I said literal, not
I
literal.
can move forward at that distance.
Shuffle,
Yeah,
shuffle.
you can, as long as you
Shuffle,
maintain the
shuffle.
same distance.
Yeah.
Don't get any closer.
I'll keep an eye in case anything approaches from the back.
Prepare to see my folly. He says,
I guess I'm trying to run and translate for yous.
I am Volfin, he says, son of Volfric, Lawmaster of Barak Var, Rune Master
Can you
of
do
the
a quick
Hold.
lore check, see if he is of the line, if he's
You wouldn't know if it's been expunged.
been expunged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know the name at all. As he...
But would his father's name be expunged?
Yes.
They would do it based on
From
would do
that
it-
route downwards.
Wow.
Just wiped. Apparently.
Upwards.
Yeah, because there's no route back to it. When you reach there, it just goes silent. So there's nothing past it.
I thought it might go silent with the son, not with the
No,
father.
it goes silent from that point. They cut it off. So you don't know anything behind it. And the dwarves have a variety of ways this happens. Records get lost. Records get rewritten. What can be carved in stone can be changed. As he leads you down, the light of him is almost enough to see by.
What can be carved in stone can be changed.
As he leads down into the depths and says, "Are you ready, kinsman?"
as
I'm sure you are ready, kinsman.
yes.
More fool you, he says. And he stops. I cannot, he says, help you pass this.
On with it, let's go.
And you boom, hit what feels like something on your face, and you can't go past. Only the dead can pass. That's going to give him a shock.
Yep.
As he moves on, you are a fool to come, as you can pass through, as the rest of any who push against it, you can't.
Push me.
On the other side, you can see
Dwarves.
you can see
You give me
runes
permission
flaring.
to see on your behalf.
You can see
For your
runes.
kin.
You can see runes flaring on the wall as they're pushing against it. But you can just walk right through it.
But the rune's on the other side.
Yes, they're on the other side.
Scratch a rune.
I'm not yet defacing the
As
spirits.
he stops
chamber.
and he looks round. How did you get through?
I am dead.
Just looks at you like you've spoken.
He has given me permission to
He
see.
can't understand you.
Oh.
She is
speaking
dead.
Aslan.
I have allowed her to pass through to see what you would like to show us. Or to deface the runes to let us through. But that's probably what's keeping him in. She will tell us what she sees.
He looks at the runes. What runes? He's looking directly at them.
Oh. Or keep whatever is out there out.
So what are you doing?
I mean, I'm going to look around the workshop, but
He's not in the workshop.
Oh.
You're in a tunnel still.
tell him to lead on to the workshop.
Yeah. Lead her on.
They're not going to be able to communicate.
She comes.
I do think smashing the runes might be our best option.
Safety.
I mean, I can scratch.
Yeah,
still.
you can go right through if you want. Claws?
He's exiled. He's not of the clan.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah.
As you
but
break
there's been
through
no
the runes,
What do the runes say?
you don't recognize them.
No, but there's no like
Is there-
warning, as in like beware all ye who enter.
No.
Well, look, I'm not going to be
Okay,
able to
yeah.
read what's in
Yeah,
there,
no.
so
Wreck the runes.
unless it's in pictures, it's a fool's errand
And
without you.
with the runes going down, the air swirls.
Oh.
The air itself appears to be, to a degree, held out of there. And a rush of stale air hits you.
Yeah, so like, don't breathe in for a second.
Interesting.
Endurance test for everyone who's on the rush side. If you are a dwarf, difficulty is 0. Everyone else, difficulty 2.
8 successes.
7 successes.
Sweet.
8 success.
Yeah, lovely.
99.
Elves hate this place. Okay.
She fakes.
It tastes of dwarf! It tastes of dwarf!
This is like the inverse of Alamino. This is fantastic.
Your wounds are
Having a great
halved.
time this week.
I could
Halved.
re-roll it.
And that's your maximum wounds. So your maximum wounds are now down to half.
Could I re-roll it?
You wish to do so, sure.
I would like to re-roll it, I think.
I think almost any roll would be better.
Yeah.
Especially in 88.
Oh, God, imagine.
Stop it, Andy.
That is much better. What was the...
It's endurance difficulty 2.
I got 4.
Super. We're fine. The fetid air passes through a rush of the cleaner air from outside as the spirit shakes slightly and goes, oh, well, something has changed here.
Yes,
What
the,
has
Assuming we
changed?
can step
the
forward. now.
runes have been destroyed.
Oh, don't tell him.
But he doesn't see them.
What runes? He
No.
says as he looks around.
Look.
You
And
wish
then
to
he
see
walks
my
in.
workshop? Come. As he moves forward slowly on his invisible staff. And it goes down, down, down into the heart of the mountain for almost an hour before it spreads outwards into a natural cave. As you raise up the lantern, and in the distance, it picks out some of the details. None of them fill you with joy. Over there, for example, you can see the long craning neck of a great demonic entity with a beaked head
Let's
of
move the lantern
stone.
away from that.
Eyes rippling along the side of it that are not rippling because it's stone, but somehow are. A great winged thing in the far corner with a mighty maw, each one of its teeth as long as you are tall. Its wings of stone carved into the very bedrock.
Like that.
A large, rounded, collapsed falling of rock with a big horned head at the top of it, twisting and turning, with tiny versions of this collapse spilling out from the bottom of it. Again, all in stone. And then there, a sinuous movement in a great bovine face with horns, and a swirl through the rocks that's altogether too smooth. My workshop,
What is this filth?
he says. My folly,
You filth.
he says. My workshop. It gets worse. He looks at you, but think. Imagine there were none of them anymore. It's stuck, he says. That was my plan. Find them all. Every last one of them.
But you failed.
My own kin. They caused it to fail. They went against me. They killed me. Which unbound my work. He says, my clan rose against me. My guild rose against me. My work was not done. The world was collapsing. And they had come. They could walk this world as if it was their own. And that was their failure. That was their failure. Because then I could end them. Bring them here. I did. There are over 500 of them down here. The servants of the gods, calcified forever, bound in runes. There was more once. You know how to capture them. You have to use them. That is what's in your blood. Boy. The only way to capture them, destroy them, is to use them. You know where I learned that from?
Where?
Grungni. They called me a heretic. They believed that what I held was lies. In the bottom of my workshop is Grungni's testament given to my clan. It's yours now, I suppose, boy. The only way they could hold back the infinite terror was to count it with the Clinkerun, to count it and show it was finite. It was what he did in the great cataclysm in the First War. I was just doing my ancestors' work. And they killed me for it. Kinslaying! They killed me! So I turned to humans instead. They had foresight! They could understand! Not like my kin! They turned against me, plunged their axes into my body. I still fear their betrayal. So I gave them weapons. I gave them many weapons. Each one bound with the greatest of enemies to expunge the enemy. The only way to defeat them is to use them. They would not accept it. But it is Grundy's work! They said I was tainted. I had been deceived. And they were wrong. You will find it yourself, boy. If you have the courage. Because once you read it, you cannot turn back. I have bound them into books, into blades, into axes, and into hammers. And they are the great weapons that strike across the world. Elves believe they are theirs. Humans bear them in battle. Alaric the Mad came to worship at my feet, and he burned with passion when he understood the power. Because he understood. It was my apprentice. You can do with it what you want. I don't care anymore. I have been here for too long. They won't let me go. I am stuck here, and I don't know why. As the first of the demons slips free, the findings put in place.
Whoopsie!
I should have come down here alone and left those runes alone.
And swirls up into nothing.
He was angry about something. Didn't even get it, but...
One right at the mouth of the cave. Crawls free. But you don't see it. But the spirit out there does. And it envelops it. And you hear an echo of I hear sounds. Have they come for me? Finally. You're pretty sure that long craning neck moved.
Yeah. I think that moved.
Do we have what we came for? What did he say?
I think we do.
I think we have information.
He claims that he taught Alaric the Mad to bind demons to weapons, and that is what he provided the Umgi.
Oh, that's all.
That to kill the enemy, they used the enemy. He is quite clearly mad.
I'm not that sure.
Well, we came here to find out if Galmaraz was...
Galmaraz, though.
But he has claimed that he has made hammers. I mean, he will ask him, I guess, specifically straight out. We found Galmaraz with your rune. Did you provide Galmaraz to a High King of the Umgi?
I am no skull splitter, he says.
A hammer, thin haft. He'll describe the
hammer of kings, he says. No. I studied the hammer of kings.
Your rune was upon it.
It is the one I keep below. It is the one I keep below.
Can we see
You
it?
have it here.
Yes,
We should probably get it.
it is what keeps them here. It is what brings them here. It attracts them.
Oh,
They want the Hammer of Kings. It was Grungni's fate. His great hammer. It was made for him. It summons them.
we see.
And he realized that his weapon that was designed to bring them to him so he could kill them was not powerful enough. So he came up with another plan. Not to kill them. To bind them. Use them. It is no lie. As he goes forward, and a spectral axe goes into his back, and you can see the dwarf on the other side as he bellows words of Caslid. Fallen. Traitor. For Barak Var. I die again. As he puts his hand out and just vanishes in front of you.
He has been tainted by the enemy. His words. It is hard to find truth in them.
Really? I mean, it sounded compelling to me.
Of course, it sounds compelling. That is the enemy's greatest power, to make their argument.
I'm not suggesting we do it, but I mean, it sounded like he certainly has done it. Like, I don't think he's lying.
Should we go down? I did.
But the value of what he has done.
I'm not talking about the morality of his actions. I'm not condoning that, but I think what he told us was the truth there.
I'm more worried about the ghostly spirit
Like,
that attacked him and
yeah.
whether it's coming for me.
I think there was a demon.
The ghost spirit probably just dissipated along with him, right? No,
Well, which one? The dwarf?
the one that killed him.
Yeah,
It's
just checking.
not there, yeah.
Yeah.
You're fine.
When I say the truth, what I mean is I think there was a demon inside the hammer.
In the hammer Magnus has.
Yes.
Yes, that I agree.
Is
And
there...
the sound. Have you been translating all this time?
Yeah, he's giving you like a running.
I wonder if the real hammer's downstairs, but taking it out might cause more problems than it might solve.
It sounded to me like all the rune fangs are also demon blades.
Oh, well, I mean,
Makes
that.
sense.
If that part
He
of the story is
claims
to be true.
Alaric was his student who he taught this to.
Did you not say that he had some of this written down? Could we not take it as proof?
Can we go and see if this Hammer of Kings is here and at least see what it looks like? Do they look the same?
He said, "What once seen, it can't be unseen."
Well, I can't read cousin.
It may be just seeing is.
That is why I am here.
Yeah.
To see the things you cannot.
That will be fine. Just as long as we all agree that we're not taking the hammer.
No.
More things like that. That is why I'm here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't want to touch that thing.
But we're not taking the hammer, to be clear.
But what about...
In the interest of time, can we just go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very sleepy.
But it's, as long as everybody says we're not taking the hammer.
Yeah.
So we're going down. And Ulrich, the savior of Apestos, stands before Galmaraz. The shattered pieces of it that are held by Karl Franz. In the back of the room, Emmanuel Ferrin looks on, looking somewhat antsy. It's an interesting tale, is it not, my lord? But what did they find down there? They found proof. And they returned it. Not one of them fell.
Yes.
Not one was tainted.
Yes.
And they brought with them tablets. Old dwarf tablets, which were taken from them by a large war party from Barak Var that had pursued them. Caused them somewhat of a problem, but nevertheless, their contents had been read and passed down. You might not know, but my last name is Laszlo. My ancestor did this, and I have the inscriptions. A copy, a rubbing, taken on my ancestor's request. My daughter holds them to this day. She and I do not get on, he says. But if you wish to learn what they learn, if you wish to know, you can find out. But everything that the dwarf believed was repeated in those tablets. Meaning that not only have you lost your Warhammer, but you have likely unleashed a greater power of the Blood God upon the world. The greater question is, how could it have been so weakened that it was broken, my lord? And I can only say one thing: by Alaric's design. The mad runesmith chose to destroy demons with demons, if this tale is to be believed. But these blades and hammers had crossed many times in the past. So clearly something changed in the hall, my lord. There was change, which concerns me. Franz leans back. So, you're telling me that... is it Sigmar's hammer? Did we lose and it's tainted? No, it is not tainted. That would be an unfair assessment if we believe what we have been told. But no, it is not Sigmar's hammer. It never was. It never had been. It was just one of many that were unleashed upon us by a dwarf. Sigmar's hammer is being used to this day. And if you want it, you're going to have to go and get it.